Well, good morning. That is the division bell, and that means we are live in the Politico Pub. I'm Dan Bloom, the political editor in the UK for Politico. I'm with Katie Lamb, Shadow Home Office Minister and Tory Whip, and Emilio Casalico, who has taken a short break from toiling over Playbook PM for about 1 million hours a week to be here. So we're doing Playbook Live. So that means we're going to talk about the kind of big stories of the day, the big themes of the day, and get your take on all of it, Katie.
Great.
More. So we should jump right in, really, shouldn't we? The economy is a big day.
Yep.
The borders were the big day yesterday. We've kind of handbrake turned from one to the other. What's the thing connecting them together?
Well, I think the theme of the whole conference is stronger borders, stronger economy. And I think that there's a sense that, and I agree with this, that we have to have a very strong set of policies on the border. I think that that's kind of table stakes. But to actually take the country forward into the future, to have something to be excited about and to hope for, then we have to start talking about the economy and strengthening the economy, because the economy's in a really tough spot, and it has been for quite some time.
And is it a case, can I ask whether you have to kind of neutralise the issue on the border first? Obviously, Luke from More in Common, Luke Trill from More in Common, he says that really the only way the Tories could potentially win back support is on the economy. But obviously the border issue is a massive issue that you kind of need to get past you before you can talk about that. Is that what's going on?
I think it's also the case that because immigration has been so high in a way that I described before as being democratically illegitimate, nobody ever voted for this, it also then becomes an input into every subsequent conversation that you need to have. So you can't have a conversation about housing shortage unless you have a conversation about immigration. You can't have a conversation about the welfare bill unless you had a conversation about the fact that 1 in 6 people on universal credit isn't British. So I think it's also just that it's a necessary condition to then have a load of subsequent conversations to have had the immigration conversation.
A bit of a question about the numbers today. So I'm going to go to Emilio first.
Well, so, we're interested in this thing about, obviously you're talking about welfare cuts, and the fact that migrants would have less access to benefits, but obviously we have a lot of settled status EU citizens already here.
Yes.
It seems like they have or haven't been factored into the numbers. It's not very clear because the Tories aren't giving us the maths, basically. So do they definitely add up, these numbers?
So the way that EU settled status works is it operates sort of in parallel to indefinite leave to remain. Indefinite leave to remain is the thing that's easier to fix. There is, I think, some debate or you would have to look again at the withdrawal agreement in order to deal with EU settled status. My understanding was that the numbers were without, but I wouldn't want to bet my life on it.
Okay.
I won't make you try and do all the fag packet maths. Not that I'm suggesting it's fag packet maths.
No.
Sorry,
go
could you look at the withdrawal agreement to consider bringing those people in as well, or are you saying that those people are definitely?
I don't know if that is party policy, but my personal view is that we should.
You should exclude settled status from welfare.
That's my view.
Okay.
Yeah. My view is that all state support should only be for citizens.
Okay. Even if those people have already been promised all of those rights.
Yeah, because I think that the circumstances essentially have changed in that the volume is so much higher than anybody thought that it was going to be. If you take something like the health and social care visa, which is the most extreme example of this, I think the projections from the Department for Health and Social Care was 6,000 people a year. 600,000 people came on that visa over 3 years. So it turns out that we just can't afford a lot of this. And I think it's really wrong to decide that, oh, well, because of something that we said that was conditional on a number of other things a few years ago, that the British people who never voted for this level of immigration are going to be saddled with hundreds of billions of pounds to pay in benefits and in state support.
Do you buy the argument that some people with settled status should kind of have that undone or should not be in the country, or is it just about paying benefits?
Are you talking about EU settled status, or are you talking about indefinite leave to remain?
Well, it's two different things. I think we were talking about settled status with welfare, but
EU settled status with welfare,
yeah. So for EU settled status, again, even to look at that, you would have to go back to the withdrawal agreement. And I'm not sure whether that is currently our commitment, although, as I say, I personally would be happy to do that. I think with everybody who is in Britain who isn't a British citizen, I think the whole point of having a status like EUSS or indefinite leave to remain is that is still a live conversation. You know, if somebody is entitled to everything that comes with being a British citizen, then they should make the choice to become a British citizen. If they don't want to do that, then the entitlements are up for discussion.
So you'd be up for kind of you think we should not pay benefits to people either with indefinite leave to remain or settled status, basically until the point that they become a citizen?
Yes. Yeah, and certainly for indefinite leave to remain, as I say, because of the withdrawal agreement for EUSS, for EU settled status, it's a bit more complicated. But for indefinite leave to remain, that's already party policy. We proposed several amendments earlier in the spring to the Borders Bill saying this, that indefinite leave to remain wouldn't entitle you to benefits. And if you applied for benefits, then that would effectively void your indefinite leave to remain status and you'd have to leave.
Can I ask about the borders stuff that was announced yesterday?
Yes.
It's big policy. It's branded as like an ICE-style policy. Like, do you think that the US has kind of got the right balance on this? It's obviously a deliberate use of ICE, isn't it? Do you think they're doing it about right?
I think what they have managed to do in the US is massively ramp up numbers and capacity, which I think was very difficult to do. So from what I understand about what the administration has done to, I suppose, support with other law enforcement agencies, ICE, it sounds like has very sensibly been used as a template for how you would upscale what we would call immigration enforcement, which I think is now going to be called the returns force. And I think it makes a lot of sense to look at where people have done things in other countries and learn from that. Whether it would look and feel exactly the same, I think is a different question. But the sheer question of can you upscale capacity of an enforcement force to make sure that many more people can leave the country, I think the US is a good example of that.
And I mean, overall, you're talking about people didn't vote for this, and you guys need to rethink how all this is done. Obviously, you worked in Downing Street under Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister who oversaw this massive rise in immigration. You also worked in the Home Office. Did you see that wave coming? Did you try to say anything to try and prevent it?
No. So when I was in Number 10, which was 19 to 21, this wasn't happening. In fact, 2020, for obvious reasons, is the only year where net migration has been less than 100,000 people since 1997. And then I subsequently also worked in the Home Office, although when I was there, I worked in national security. But what I did observe when I was in the Home Office from colleagues who were working on migration and just from how the Home Secretary worked is the whole of Cabinet really is orientated towards more people. So, the Education Secretary wants more students and the Health and Social Care Secretary wants more people to come and work in the NHS and in social care, and the Farming Secretary and all of the economic and business departments. And it really is just the Home Secretary who is a voice for not pulling the more people lever. So I did observe that, but no, in the time, certainly in the time that I was in Number 10, immigration was actually unusually low, but that was mostly to do with the pandemic.
So your record is clear on the Boris wave front?
Well, I think in the end, if you weren't a member of Parliament over that period of time and you didn't sort of vote for anything and you weren't in the government as a minister, then those decisions are not yours to make.
Well, I mean, one person who was in Parliament and was a minister is the current Shadow Home Secretary.
Yeah.
Is that a problem that you have somebody in such a prominent position who was in the department, which was overseeing this, what you now consider as a failure? I mean, every time we write Labour, basically, whenever Chris Philps says anything about immigration, we get to say, well, he oversaw all of this and he didn't do anything about it at the time. Is that a problem to have those people in those kinds of positions? It's
a balance, because it also means Chris, as Shadow Home Secretary, having been both Immigration Minister and Policing Minister, is exceptionally knowledgeable about how the system actually works. And so I think is in almost a unique position within the party to be drafting Shadow Home Office policy, because he's actually seen it and in many cases railed against it. But of course that happens a lot when we're in the Commons, is the government will kind of throw that back at us.
But I mean, would it not make sense to give somebody the job that has a cleaner record on this issue?
I mean, these are very much decisions above my pay grade, but I think that Chris is doing a brilliant job.
Can I ask you a trivial question?
Yeah, they're my favourite kind.
Who's your favourite person to have worked under? Boris, Suella, Chris Phil, Dominic Cummings, who's...
So I worked for Boris in Number 10. I worked for Suella in the Home Office, sort of via Rishi. So Rishi asked me to go and work in the Home Office. And I also worked for Alok Sharma in the business department. Don't make me choose a favourite child.
That's like a wide range of the Conservative Party.
Yes, yeah. And I enjoyed working for all of them. And actually all of them were very sort of supportive and empowering bosses. I really enjoyed working on national security. So I remember my time working for Suella with a sort of particular interest and affection.
Did being in the Home Office kind of radicalise you? Have you changed
No. I held my views pretty firmly on the way in, and I held them firmly on the way out. It didn't make much of a difference, apart from actually topical on the ECHR, which I can't say I spent a huge amount of time thinking about before I went to go and work in the Home Office. And the number of, because I did national security, because of my level of security clearance, I did all the most contentious deportations, which was heavily but not exclusively terrorists, and then our most serious organised and sex criminals. And the number of people that we couldn't remove from this country because of the ECHR, essentially within a week or something, I was like, this is not tenable.
There's a serious point on this about the electoral politics of it, because we're from just down the road from each other. You're Weald of Kent MP. There's quite a lot of like Lib Demi sentiment around the kind of Tunbridge Wells end of Kent.
Yeah.
Have you basically given up on getting those voters back?
Absolutely not. So the Lib Dem Conservative switchers in the 2024 election, their most important issue is immigration. And if you believe, as I believe, that being a member of the ECHR is and will always remain a practical barrier to maintaining the border in the way that the public wants us to, then that is as important for those voters as it is for Conservative and for Reform voters. All three of those groups, Conservative voters 2024, Conservative Reform switchers 2024, Conservative Lib Dem switchers 2024, immigration is their top issue by some distance.
But do you not worry that you're potentially kind of overcorrecting almost for some of those people? They might be concerned about immigration, but the extent to which you guys are going for it is quite serious. And also on the climate stuff, for example, they're very climate concerned. You guys are talking about scrapping the Climate Change Act, etc. There are various fronts on which potentially those voters might be squeamish about coming back.
In the end, I'm almost kind of willfully naive about this. In the end, all that you can do in politics is be honest. And if the truth is, certainly as you see it, we cannot resolve the issue that we have with our borders within the ECHR, and we cannot meaningfully grow the economy within the confines of the Climate Change Act, then we've got to be honest about that. And clearly, of course, is what we do. How you pitch that and sell that is politics. But in the end, if you can't tell the underlying truth, then you don't really deserve to be in the business that we're in.
Have you had your former employer, Alok, texting you about this climate change?
I haven't actually, no. But as I'm sure you know and are alluding to, he ran COP. Yeah. And look, there are lots of people. The party, as we know, is a broad church, and there are lots of people who feel very strongly about all of these issues, as they should, because they're important issues for our country. Do
you remember he cried at the end of COP? I think when the deal was agreed, were those tears all for nothing?
Well, no, I suspect a lot of it was relief, having got something on the table. But the UK carbon emissions have, if you look at it on a graph, have fallen very steadily. I think halved since the beginning of the 1990s. So it's not like we haven't done a lot in this area. Where if you look on a graph, the UK looks like this and China looks like that, basically. So unfortunately, we haven't been able to set an example that the rest of the world wants to follow, not least because we've made our energy so expensive that decarbonising doesn't look very attractive to most other countries on the face of the earth, and so they're choosing not to do it. And we have to react to that. A bit like I was saying about immigration, we have to actually deal with reality as we live in it, and respond to where things haven't worked. And I think that both of those things are major things that haven't worked.
Can I ask you a question about you?
Yeah.
There's a Guardian profile of you out in the last few days that says just next Tory leader, question
mark. Yeah, I have seen that.
People who knew you before you were an MP, as one of them described you as literally the most ambitious person I've ever met. Like, do you want to, one day, have that job of Tory leader?
I mean, it's such a naff, obvious answer, isn't it? But I am very, very ambitious for the country. I really, really think that this country that I love is in a really tough spot and has been in a tough spot for quite a while. And the reason that I do what I do and I'm dedicating my career and life to turning it around is because I believe that we can do a lot better than this. And that's what's important to me.
Is there a kind of Katie Lamb analogy for the ball becoming free at the back of the scrum? Or
No.
If the understudy,
there's no rugby or cricket or I don't know what else they play, Eton Fives analogy for that. That's not how I feel about it at all. I think at the moment, not only is the country in a tough place, but the party's in a tough place. And what's incumbent on all of us is to work really hard to win back trust and credibility with the public. And I think lots of internal posturing does the opposite.
How are you finding the vibe at conference? Because people not really talking to us about putting letters in now, or May might be a bit of a different thing, but there is a little bit of rumbling. There's talk about kind of what could happen in a year's time. Are you picking up any of that? Or?
I actually at conference really haven't been. I feel like people, certainly the people I've spoken to. No, the people that I've spoken to are really pleased to see the policy announcements that have been made, and that I think will continue to be made. It sounds like they've got good stuff coming up today, tomorrow, and I think Wednesday as well. And so this is Kemi Badenoch's first conference, and I think she said herself, and was it the Times, or everybody's got to hold their nerve. And actually, I think that is broadly the attitude that people have at the moment.
She said that people have the kind of license to say the things that they think. It's not going to be such a tightly restrictive atmosphere on her.
Yeah.
What is the most interesting or the most boundary pushing thing that you think that you would be willing to say at a conference that she might not agree with?
Oh God, I don't know that there is a lot that Kemi and I fundamentally disagree with one another on. So I don't know quite what would qualify me for that. I think before this weekend it probably would have been that I would have said that we absolutely have to leave the ECHR. I can't see, as I said earlier, a sort of viable future within it. But I'm actually not sure now what it would be. I think Kemi and I don't wish to speak for her, but agree on a lot.
And obviously there's been a whole thing of, we're not going to announce policies till 2027 when we've done our reviews, etc., etc. That seems like that's totally change of plan now. I mean, there's lots of policies coming out. Are you guys kind of, shitting yourselves about reform, and that's why you're kind of rushing a lot of stuff out quickly?
No, is the short answer. I think that you're right, I think it does feel like there is more policy at this point than maybe a year ago or in November or whenever Kemi became leader might have been anticipated. But I think that is another example of what I was talking about earlier, of responding to the situation that you're in. I think it has become difficult in opposition, having been in government for a long time, to articulate and advocate what it is that you're standing for without it doesn't necessarily need to be super detailed policy, but without some fundamental principles and the logical conclusions from them. So if your fundamental principle is we have to grow the economy, we cannot grow the economy with an energy price at this level, what that logically means is we'll have to repeal the Climate Change Act. And that is then, a sort of principle and its immediate practical application that I think a lot of people can get behind.
So there has been an acknowledgement that 2027 was probably a bit slow as a planning point.
I'm not kind of privy to those conversations, so I don't know if it's an explicit acknowledgement, but I would say it feels that way to me, that this is a kind of shift. And for the better, I think.
But I mean, does that not kind of undermine the whole Kemi thing? Her whole thing is, I think about everything in detail before I do anything, right? So
well, a year is still quite a long time. I mean, I think she has thought about a lot of these things in detail. Lord Wolfson's report is 200 pages long, and I think in particular, again, I don't see these discussions, but I think Neil O'Brien taking on the role that he's taken on, he's sort of very, very brilliant, and I think is working very hard on new policy. Has also accelerated that, but I mean, I think it's all totally consistent because it has taken quite a while to arrive at these positions, and I think that they are very well thought through.
The danger here that you're taking a while to arrive at like what you say are much more sensible policy positions than reform. But on the top line of it, you're saying you'll deport 750,000 people over 5 years, and reform are saying sort of similar big numbers. It's completely different policies, but reform got there first. They got there harder. They haven't sort of honed the messaging around like the details of policy, and they might just outflank you.
Well, I think maybe this is the moment for a sporting analogy. I think that within reason, you've got to be pragmatic about who else is kind of on the field. But I think what's really important, particularly if you are, as the Conservative Party is, coming from an election that was the greatest political defeat in modern British history, I think you have to have the humility to kind of rebuild within your own lane. What are the things that we think are right? What is our offering going to be? Rather than being obsessed with any other opposition party, Reform or the Lib Dems, or of course you hold the government to account, because that's fundamentally that is the job of the opposition. But I don't get the sense that there's a sort of obsession with what Reform's doing. I think it is just a case of what do we think is the best set of policies for this country.
We'll go to a question in a sec. I've got one more important one for you.
Yeah.
What's your favourite show tune? You used to be a screenwriter.
Oh, God.
I should say a playwright.
You five musicals, is that right?
Yes, that is right. There's so many. What do I love? I love The Sound of Music from The Sound of Music. I love The Wizard and I from Wicked. I love No Way from Six. I mean, we could do this for all day. This is my gym playlist, basically.
No way.
How does it go?
I will not be singing.
Oh, come on.
No. It's too early, and I'm already. My diet at conference is basically the only food that I eat is cough sweets, and the only thing that I drink is cough syrup and tea.
That's perfect for singing.
So we've got to be gentle. But No Way is. Have you seen Six? Either of you?
No,
okay, so it's Catherine of Aragon's song.
Okay.
I went to see Six during school half term, which was a mistake because it was just me and my other half and like
100,000 teenage girls. Yeah. I know, I can imagine that.
What about a musical about the current state of the Tory party? Surely it's rife for material. I would say, in showbiz terminology, I don't think that it's box office. Right. For us, I mean, it's a niche audience, but for us it is.
But no, I don't. Not least because they're two totally different parts of my brain. So right. I think I'd have a nervous breakdown if I tried to kind of merge.
Have you stopped writing stuff, or do you still?
I basically have not had any time at all to write since being elected. But I'm always thinking that there will be a time when I'll like settle into the rhythm of what I'm doing, and then I'll be able to write another song.
Chris Philp the musical.
Anything's possible.
Right. Do we have any questions from the room before we go? We have a roving mic. There's one over there. Look at this.
Hi, Hannah White from the Institute for Government.
Hi.
Interested in the announcement from Mel Stride about finding 8 billion of cuts from the civil service under the next Conservative government. Under the last decade of Conservative governments, there were only 2 quarters in which the size of the civil service fell, despite commitments from those governments to cut the size of the civil service. It's obviously for good reasons, around repatriation of things that government had to do from the EU, and choices to do things like increase the number of people processing asylum claims, increase the number of prison officers, and so on. Mm-hmm. I'm interested, though, in what you would like to see a future Conservative government choose that government shouldn't do in order to cut the numbers of civil servants.
Well, I think certainly between, you're right about the last decade, but between 2010 and 2015, I think there was a kind of meaningful rationalisation, we would call it in finance, of the size of the civil service. My view is that there's a mixture of things. There are some major things and then loads and loads of small things. I know that there are sort of structural and HR reasons why this hasn't been done in the past, but I think that there's a lot of duplication of what in a business you would call kind of back office functions across all of the different departments. I really don't see why every department needs its own HR function, needs its own even comms function, which is not necessarily sort of back office, but isn't frontline either. So I think that there's a lot that you could do if government were a business, which obviously it's not, and we shouldn't pretend that it is. It's not kind of perfect parallel. Then there would be a huge amount of kind of synergies that would be available to you from doing that. But I also think that there are lots of things, and this completely exploded during the pandemic, that the government does that it actually just shouldn't be involved with at all. And quite a few of those, I think, are to do with administering regulations that shouldn't exist. I think that there's far too much duplication, particularly where things are outsourced to external bodies. So in general, I think the vast majority of our ALBs and clangos could actually be closed. I think those responsibilities should be absorbed back into the department, which also gives you lots of efficiencies because you don't have people facing off to the ALB and the people in the ALB. You've just got one set of people, fewer of them. But ultimately, my view is that if our public finances are going to be at all sustainable, there are major things that the government is going to have to simply stop doing.
Do you get rid of the Home Office, Press Office, or just the deaf one?
Well, I don't think that you need. I don't think you need one for every department. You could just have a central. I mean, there is a central comms office, but what that does is coordinate everybody else. Like, there's a huge amount of in the Home Office when I was there. There were two things in particular that I used to think were just a massive waste of time. And one is almost everything that the Home Office tweets, which is also every single event.
You
so,
that personally.
Show me the person who is waiting for the Home Office to wish them like a Happy St. David's Day, right? This person does not exist. So all of that's a total waste of time. But there were also various campaigns that we ran in the Home Office, comms campaigns, that there was no evidence whatsoever had any effect. So like the Enough campaign for targeting men around domestic violence, there's literally no evidence at all that works.
We've probably got 1 more minute for one more very quick question.
You're a woman, and you've been talked up as a future Tory leader. Walking around the conference, you may have seen there's an awful lot of adulation of Margaret Thatcher. Do you think it's a good thing or a bad thing that conference is putting her on such a pedestal?
Well, it's the 100-year anniversary of her birth, so I think it's a particular. It hasn't been like this at conference when I've been here before or since. I am on record as having said that Margaret Thatcher left power before I was born, and whilst I think she was a genius and I think that she saved the country, I don't think that we want to give the impression that we haven't had a new thought or any fresh ideas since I was born. So I think part of being a Conservative, an inherent part of being a Conservative, is celebrating and taking the best of the past and moving it forward into the future. And I think given that it's a big anniversary year for Mrs. Thatcher, I think it's totally fine and appropriate to celebrate her. We just have to make sure that we don't give the impression that that's all that there is.
Who's the next Margaret Thatcher?
I don't think that there is such a thing as the next Margaret Thatcher. I think everybody is Margaret Thatcher wasn't the next X, Y, or Z, right? Who is the next Churchill? Who is the next Disraeli? I think it's a bit, particularly for women, I think it's a bit reductive that everybody has to be the next Margaret Thatcher. I think everybody should just be themselves.
Very good point. Well, thank you very much for coming in, Katie.
My pleasure. Thanks for having me.
At 10 o'clock we have, remind me, I'm sorry. We have Ben Houchin coming in, the Tees Valley Mayor, being interviewed by Annabelle Dixon. But no, thank you.
My pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
There we go. There goes the division bell, and we're live in the Politico Pub again. I'm joined by Ben Houchen, the Tories' own King of the North, who was elected Tees Valley Mayor in 2017, became a life peer in Boris Johnson's resignation honours in 2023, and he's probably the most senior Tory in power at this conference. So it's great to have you here, Ben. Drinking a Guinness.
We're in a pub.
We're in a pub. Congratulations.
It's
10 o'clock in the morning and the bar's already open. So that's great. What's the best Guinness you've ever had?
I like Guinness Zero more than I like Guinness, actually. I think it doesn't have that kind of slightly metallic-y taste at the end. But people tell me that's because you've not had a real Guinness. Apparently real Guinness also doesn't have that at the end. But yeah.
Great. Yeah, I'm a big fan of Guinness Zero as well. So yeah. So I mentioned King of the North. We saw Andy Burnham last week being Keir Starmer's critical friend. Is that a role that you think a regional mayor should be playing? Is it important to sort of speak truth to the leadership?
I think the role of a regional mayor is to speak truth to anybody in relation to what you think is the most important thing for your area. And I did that on a number of occasions when the Conservatives were in power. Interestingly enough, I've probably done it less so with Labour being in power. I approach it in a slightly different way in trying to kind of build relationships where there's naturally a distance being in different parties. But I think the way that Andy Burnham has approached the role of mayor, in inserting himself into national politics, is not really what the regional mayoral role is about. But I think he chooses to do it as a platform for his kind of shot at Westminster at some point in the future.
Do you get on with Andy Burnham?
I get on well with Andy. On a personal level, yeah, I get on really well with Andy and Steve Rotherham as well, who, I mean, I couldn't even be further away from political alignment with someone like Steve Rotherham, but they're both really good people, and I get on with them on a personal level, and we do some minor bits and pieces together as mayors, but like I say, I tend to approach the mayoralty more in a parochial sense, and Andy approaches it in a different way, and that's fine. That's how he chooses to do it, but I think, as we saw over the last week or two, he's probably just got a little bit too big for his boots.
Enough of Labour. Let's talk about the Tory conference, which is where we are. Kemi Badenoch. Let's start with marks out of 10 for Kemi's first year or so in charge.
Yeah, I think it's been slow, and I think I'm on various public records as saying it's been a slow start, and I would have liked Kemi to have come out the blocks much quicker. And I get there's this reflective piece that we need to do, and we have to develop policy in detail, and she's very keen on. It's not just jumping to the answer, even if she might know it. It's having the evidence behind it so that when she's challenged or when people want to get into the detail, there's a level of credibility there. And it's this kind of reneging against kind of quick headlines and quick announcements that might, in principle, sound good to the public, but actually are they operationally efficient and do they work in practice? Now, I get that, but given where we are in politics today, and in particularly with the emergence of reform post-election, not just pre-election, but their increasing kind of wave of optimism and the work that they're doing, which is slightly sidelining the Conservatives. I don't think we don't have the room and we don't have the luxury of being able to take that time. So I've been quite critical of Kemi. I think did a couple of interviews with Kemi yesterday on various different media outlets. It was the punchiest I'd seen her be, actually, over the first 12 months. I thought she was quite fiery. I think she was quite determined. We've obviously seen some policy announcements, whether that's around net zero, indefinite leave to remain, illegal immigration, etc. I think, as I said yesterday on one of the media outlets, let's have more of it. The fact that it's taken so long has been frustrating, and you could make an argument that has created a vacuum in which reform have been successful in filling, which has made our job harder. But hopefully Kemi can recover that, and hopefully this conference is the start of that reset and us being more forward-thinking, connecting with the public, getting out there, talking about policy and talking about the things that matter to people.
And what happens if we don't see an improvement in May? It feels like this is kind of a moment where she's doing the things you say, being a bit more punchy. What happens if that doesn't translate into an improved performance in the polls and in the elections in May?
I don't think things are going to improve in May. There is still a huge struggle. There are lots of factors of which Kemi inherited post-election, the low point of the Conservatives, the hangover of a Labour campaign on 14 years of Tory failure, which I think is completely unfair, but in the election period we didn't do enough to combat it. She is trying to mend and pick up a lot of the pieces, And like I said, she could have gone a bit more quickly. But even if she starts now, which it sounds like she is, and she is being much more punchy, getting to May and assuming that we're going to hold as many councillors or increase our councillors in May, I think is going to be tough. The question is, I suppose, how do we continue to stop the ebb away from the Conservatives? And I suppose May is also quite interesting because the number of Conservative councillors, councillors that are up compared to, say, other councillors or Labour councillors, I think is about, somebody told me just the other day, 28, 29% of councillors up are Conservative, nearly 50%, 48, 49% are Labour. So there's also a different dynamic that it's not just about gross amount of councillors that you can keep or add to. It's also going to be interesting in how the Conservative position compares to, I think in particular, the Labour Party, who I think are going to have a much rougher ride than we are come the May elections. That's
really interesting. Mel Stride's in the hall at the moment, making the case for more Tory cuts. He's talking about the need to cut more government. Is that really the way to differentiate yourself from reform? You're meeting them on migration, but it seems to be like, we're going to meet you there, but our thing is that it's going to be more austerity.
I think you have a budget that's coming in November that is going to see a minimum of £25 billion worth of tax rises. And that's a minimum. Now, the numbers could be worse, but I think everybody's pretty accepting that a minimum of 25 billion are coming down the track. The Labour Party have never, ever uttered the word spending cuts or austerity. And where some people, I think, behind the scenes have mentioned it, they have been quick to slap them down and stop them from doing so. So we're going to see huge tax rises. We see huge inefficiencies within various government budgets. We see the ballooning cost of quangos. We see the ballooning cost of the benefits bill. We see issues around illegal immigration and the net cost of the taxpayer. So absolutely, is government costing people too much and the taxpayers having to foot that bill far too much? Of course they are. But for me, often it's about how you communicate with that with the public. And I think we need to do a better job before we get into the specifics. Interestingly, it goes a bit back to the Kemi argument, same with Mel a little bit. It's, having specific policies 3.5, 4 years out from a general election, in broad terms is a good idea, but not necessarily the detailed specifics. What we've got to do is be able to identify with people again and create that story of, what does the Conservative Party stand for now? Who are we for? Under Boris Johnson, there was a very strong low middle class, working class group of people who hadn't voted at all before, never mind for the Conservative Party, who came out and voted for a Conservative Party that felt like it was for them. Are we still for that? Are we still for the Red Wall? Are we still for those people? The whole conversation, are we retreating back into the shires in the southeast? I think these are some serious questions that we as a Conservative Party need to answer first before we can start talking to the public. That question of, how do you define what a Conservative voter looks like? I think if you were to ask most Conservatives at the minute, you get a lot of different answers.
That's really interesting. You mentioned Boris Johnson there. Your opponents have kind of, really cottoned onto this attack on the Boris wave of immigration, those huge immigration numbers. Did Boris Johnson get that wrong? And is it something that you've talked to him about?
I think, well, yes, he did, and the Conservative Party as a whole got it wrong. I still am a big proponent of Brexit. I think it was the right thing to do. A sovereign nation should be able to make the laws and choose how to run the country on behalf of the people. It shouldn't be left for other supranational or other international bodies to dictate that. And I'm sure we could get into a very long and detailed discussion about international treaties, which obviously adds some nuance to that. But taking back control was the right thing to do. I think what a number of Conservatives didn't realise, and I think I'd probably put myself in that bracket, is that we didn't appreciate just how little expertise and experience still existed in the system because so much of that had been outsourced to the European Union for so many years. And so having a much more liberal immigration policy, forget illegal immigration, but actual immigration, legal immigration policy, was not what people voted for. They voted to take back control, and part of that was to reduce the levels of immigration. And again, I go a step further in saying what that is meant by is, and it's one of the reasons people vote Conservative in 2019, it's the same reason that people vote for Brexit in 2017, is people are using it as a lightning rod to communicate their dissatisfaction on the unfairness that they see in the UK system. And they see those large levels of migrants coming into the country illegally. They see in places like mine, where there are significant areas of deprivation and poverty, they see unfairness in the system where migrants are being moved to Teesside because it's cheaper. They're jumping the queue because maybe London Borough Councils are paying slightly more than the local council would. And we see families and friends and people in our community who've suffered for a long, long time And it's not that they're anti-migrant in the sense that there's racism there. They're anti-migrant in the sense that they see unfairness in the system. And it goes back to a very simple message you hear on the doorstep, which is we've got to look after our own before we can look after anybody else. That's not to say we shouldn't look after other people, but it's about prioritization. And again, the mass increase in migration that we saw, particularly over the last 3 or 4 years of the Conservative government, I think those chickens have come home to roost, which is, again, fed into the reform bounce that we've seen.
That's interesting. And kind of on a related point, there's this kind of big pitch today about, state support's only going to be for British citizens. And there's a kind of complicating factor with European citizens with settled status, which potentially, we might have to see the EU withdrawal agreement reopened potentially. That's something that people are talking about. Is that something that you would support? Would you go as far as to have to kind of have a whole kind of new discussion with the EU in order to do this?
So I think, I'll probably set my cards out on the table. So I think the principle of benefits and support being for British people, I think at a principle high level is a sound one. I think when you get into discussions around indefinite leave to remain and whether that applies going forward or retrospectively, of which it looks like there is an application retrospectively, is interesting because, again, it comes back to this point of fairness. Is there something wrong with, I give a very personal example. My brother-in-law, my sister's husband, is from Spain. My sister lived in Spain for 4 or 5 years, studied there, ended up finding a husband and moved back to Teesside. He now has indefinite leave to remain. I've got 3 fantastic nephews, 10, 8, and 6, who are British citizens. How does that work in practice? Again, I think if you use those specific examples, people say, well, actually, is he contributing? Actually, yeah, he's got a well-paid job, he's paying the mortgage, he's paying his tax, he's contributing to society, he volunteers in the local school with Spanish lessons because, funding is tight and people don't. Yeah, all of these things. So you think, well, actually, if you spoke to pretty much anyone in this country, they'd say, well, yeah, that person's, why couldn't they stay here? Why can't they have indefinite leave to remain? They are integrating into society. Of course they do. And I think that's what often gets lost in this conversation. It's the broad headline is to capture. We were talking just offline just before this around how people disseminate and receive information from the media now, where they get their media information. And I think naturally, if you get into a more nuanced conversation with people, it is more nuanced than that. So I think it's not as straightforward as saying we need to ban indefinite leave to remain. I think that would be wrong. There is nuance to all these conversations. Life is lived in the grey rather than the black and white. But something does have to be done about it. And people are expecting, with a system that is broken, and I do believe the UK government as a whole, not talking about the Labour Party, albeit I think they're useless as well, but the Whitehall system is broken. The reason people in Teesside voted for Brexit, never mind Boris, is because they felt like the system didn't work for them. And I absolutely believe that the wave that Reform are currently riding is Brexit 2.0. It's an idea that the system's still broken. I don't care whether it breaks even more because it's never worked for me. So we might as well break that glass and give it a go because the system hasn't worked for me for the last 30 years. So why wouldn't I try something different? That's the state with which large parts of our country currently feel like they're in, that they have to do that because people aren't listening to them.
So moving, you're obviously, let's go to your role as Tees Valley Mayor. You're chair of the South Tees Development Corporation, and there's been quite a discussion about whether you become an artificial intelligence growth zone or a hydrogen power. I know that it's sort of in the government sausage machine at the moment, as it were.
Yeah.
And the application, for those who don't know the background, for a hydrogen power plant is with the government at the moment, but you're championing this AI growth zone. What's happening there? What's the latest?
So for a long time, obviously, the South Tees Development Corporation, the Teesworks site, the former Redcar Steelworks site on Teesside, has always been planned to be for new regeneration, new jobs, but particularly in what we always knew was going to be energy-intensive industries because of the infrastructure that we have there. And we've championed various renewables projects, various manufacturing projects, and we're not prescriptive necessarily about the project per se, but we're creating that environment for energy-intensive industries to come. And BP, a number of years ago, back in, I think, 2021, approached us and started talking to us about a large-scale blue hydrogen project. And for those people that don't know what that is, it's basically a project that produces quite dirty hydrogen from traditional chemical processes, but you capture the carbon that would normally be emitted and it gets stored through a carbon capture process. It was an interesting project in 2021. It has emerged and developed to a state where BP don't really know whether they want to do it or not. They've, in effect, won a competition with government, but they haven't agreed the funding yet for a 1.2 gigawatt facility for hydrogen production. It's very clear that they don't want to deliver that 1.2 gigawatt project. It's very clear that they've gone back to the drawing board and they're redesigning the whole thing. So from a mayoral point of view, I have a project that looks very shaky, doesn't look like it's going to happen. And then in the interim, we've been working directly with the Prime Minister's office, DCIT, and the Office for Investment on delivering the UK government's ambitions for AI growth zones, but particularly AI sovereign capability within the UK, because Teesside is, frankly, the only place that can do it at the scale if we want to be internationally competitive. So again, apologies for boring on, but if you look at America, if you look at the Trump project, the Stargate project in Abilene, Texas, which is with OpenAI, which is the world's largest AI project, that is a 1.2 gigawatt project that will be delivered over the next kind of 4 or 5 years. Phase 1 comes on next year. Teesside alone will deliver 5 gigawatts worth of data centers, which is nearly, what's that? It's 4 times the size of what the largest project in the US could be. And so there is both land. There's the land that we have has this hydrogen project that we don't want to happen because it's not going to happen, and we have this project that the government supports and we support wanting to happen. But what's interesting is there's this planning process, a DCO, and for people that don't know, it's basically a government planning process that they go through. And I'm confident in saying that there are large parts of the government that would prefer the AI project to go ahead and do not want the BP DCO to be granted. It's currently sat on Ed Miliband's desk, and I am acutely aware that there is a large fight going on inside of government where Ed Miliband seems to have set himself up against not just the Prime Minister, but a number of Secretary of State. And that resulted in the decision being deferred because the Prime Minister and his team, for whatever reason, didn't feel like they could tell Ed Miliband as the Secretary of State what to do. And that also played out a little bit afterwards in the reshuffle where Ed Miliband refused to be shuffled out of DESNZ. And so there's clearly a power struggle going on there, which infuriates me that a Prime Minister, for whatever reason, doesn't seem to have a grip over some of his Secretaries of State on a project that he is getting personally updated on a weekly basis. So it's hugely frustrating for us. There's a decision due on the 30th of October. Hopefully it goes the right way, and we can deliver something that's truly transformational for this country with a Labour government, which would be great, I think, for not just the people of Teesside, but for the whole of the UK to see.
We're fast running out of time, so I'm going to have to go to the floor of questions, if anyone's got one. Pat.
Hi, I'm Patrick. I'm from Politico. With this Trump-inspired announcement on deportations and slashing net zero and foreign aid, do you think there's a chance that one day this conference will be remembered as a kind of funeral for one nation centrist conservatism?
It's a really good question. I think the Conservative Party is currently going through a process back to what many people in this conference would say are more traditional small state conservative values, and there is a definite pushback from both shadow ministers and members against what they see as some of the previous failures of the Conservative government. And I talk about that, and I agree with some of it, particularly in the last 3 or 4 years. I mean, I don't buy this 14 years of Conservative failure because we won 1, 2, 3, 4 elections, right? So it's clearly not true. I do think the idea of, and this is something that Kemi has really struggled with, and this goes back to the point that we talked about, which is the time she's taken to try and develop this policy, because, again, both are great people, but Kemi has to try and keep people like Andrew Mitchell and Mark Francois in the same Conservative Party. And that's, that has been difficult over the last 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and that's led to some policies that I think we're seeing come home to roost, which has caused a problem for the UK as a whole, and we're having to apologise for, and rightly so. And I think the process that the Conservative Party is going through at the minute is there will, and I don't think it's this conference, but I think at some point in the not too distant future, the Conservative Party is going to have to decide whether it wants to be a more traditional Conservative Party, or does it want to be more of a one nation party that someone like Andrew Mitchell and others feel comfortable with. And I don't think the Conservative Party has made that decision yet, which goes back to, again, what we were talking about is who are we for, who are we there to represent, and what do we stand for? And I don't think we've answered that question yet.
And are you on the Andrew Mitchell or the Mark Francois wing?
This typical politician's answer here. I kind of feel like I flip between the two. I mean, naturally, I think most people who followed anything that I do would probably consider me to be a more Boris kind of large state conservative, which I would say misunderstands my politics. I am quite hardline on things like immigration in general, particularly illegal immigration. I would spend huge amounts more. I would cut various parts of public spending, but I would spend a lot more on our police forces. I would give police much stronger powers. I think there is a deterioration in our society of of both standards and the way in which people interact with each other. So surprisingly, below the surface, culturally, I'm quite to the right. Economically, I'm more centrist in that I do believe the state has a role to play to create an environment. Whether that gets too far into subsidies and direct control and nationalisations is one thing, or whether it is the free market laissez-faire argument that some Conservatives make. I'm definitely not there, and that's also largely because of circumstance. I'm not there because the world isn't a level playing field. If the world was a level playing field, I would be a free market Conservative. But while China, to some extent the Europeans and now the Americans, are gaming the international markets, we can't pretend to be the only ones playing by the rules while the rest of the world isn't. And so I see the world as it is rather than I wish it was. So I'm definitely somewhere in between, which is one of the reasons I get on well with everybody from Boris through to Mark Francois and Jacob Rees-Mogg and Tom Tugendhat, right? I mean, I feel like I've got good relationships with all of them.
That very nuanced answer suggests you're not going to be great at my very quick fire to finish.
Oh, I'm never good at quick fire answers.
Commons or Lords?
For what? Just in general.
Which is best?
Commons.
Coalition partner, Reform or Labour?
Reform.
Kemi or Boris?
Kemi.
Hydrogen plant or AI data
AI data centres.
Sue Gray or Morgan McSweeney?
Sue Gray. I had a really good relationship with Sue. And she did some great things when she was there. And I think the Labour Party and the Labour government are poorer for not having her there.
Thank you very much. I'm afraid we're out of time. I could have gone. I've got about 3 more pages of questions, but for another day, come back another time. Thank you so much for coming along, and to Ben Houchen for talking to us. We've got James Cleverly, who's coming up next at 10:30, so we'll have a short break, and see you all very soon.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
It's time to feed the dogs.
That was our division bell, which apparently is. You had a joke about that, which you were midway through telling.
Yeah, so one of my jokes about Pavlov. So someone rings a bell and Pavlov thinks, oh, time to feed the dogs.
I see.
It's a philosophy joke.
Yeah. It's really good. Maybe it's too early in the morning for me. Yeah. So we're here in the Politico Pub. Thank you very much for coming. I'm Dan Bloom, the UK political editor, and I'm very pleased to be joined by the Shadow Housing and Community Secretary, James Cleverly. Thank you for coming. And thank you for having a real Guinness at 10:30 in the morning.
It feels like a rugby day. That's the kind of thing that you find yourself doing when you're going off to watch the rugby. I assure you, I'm going to pace myself with this.
All right.
Pace myself.
What's the best party you went to last night? What did you get up to?
The countryside people always have a good party, usually a good spread. They were in good form. IEA, the midnight reception. It's always good when people have been at party conference, having quite a few hours worth of drinks. The atmosphere is always vibrant, so that was good.
It was vibrant as usual. Party conference. Someone told me it was a bit flat.
I think there are slightly fewer people than we've had in previous years. I mean, that's not a massive surprise. We're not in government anymore, which is sad. Last year we had the leadership campaign, and there was always a buzz around that. This was always going to have slightly fewer people, but I think the people here are a bit younger, and I think that gives some real energy. And there's a lot of ideas, and I really do feel that at this point now there's an energy, a hunger about delivering really solidly conservative principles. And I think Kemi was very good at outlining that in her speech.
Well, there's lots of policy on that, and that's one of the things I want to talk about. Like you said last year, I think you were talking about people wanting to leave the ECHR. You said it was sound bites, quick fixes. You said earlier this summer that it wouldn't be a silver bullet. Mm-hmm. So have you changed your mind on the ECHR?
There is nothing that you've just said in that quote that I disagree with, and there's nothing that you said in that quote that is incompatible with the position that we've just taken. So the point I made is just saying we're going to leave the ECHR and leaving it at that is just a soundbite. And that's exactly what Reform have done. It's like, we'll leave the ECHR, then all our problems will go away. What I said is leaving the ECHR is not a silver bullet. Lord David Wolfson, KC, has written 180-page advice on the method of and the implications of leaving the ECHR and what other things we would need to do in order to properly get control of our borders, protect our veterans, etc. And what he says is it is not a silver bullet. It is complicated but important. That's exactly what Kemi said. That's now the Conservative Party position, all of which is completely in keeping with what I've said.
It sounds like you're kind of making it sound as if you were up for leaving the ECHR all along. I don't think that's really the case.
No, I mean, if you want to know what I meant, just listen to what I said. What I said was leaving the ECHR and saying nothing else is just a soundbite. I stand by that. Leaving the ECHR is not a silver bullet. I stand by that. And that's now been accepted pretty much across the board. But also, I was the Home Secretary who was frustrated because I couldn't deport the people that I needed to deport. And we have absolutely got to secure our borders, and we have got to be seen to be securing our borders. And it's become increasingly clear. We tried it, we were frustrated. Labour have tried it, they've been frustrated. And Lord Wolfson's report was basically saying, if we want to get control of our borders and protect our veterans and a number of other things, all of those things we do want to do, that actually leaving the ECHR is necessary but not sufficient. That's what his report says. That is now Conservative Party policy, and I'm comfortable, very comfortable with that.
Yeah, because as a former Home Secretary, like, how's it actually going to work in practice? Or we could probably devote a whole day to this, and we shouldn't. But like, what are you actually going to replace it with? Like, what are the mechanisms that can make it a new system work?
So what we've got to remember is that the UK had a very robust series of protections of rights long before the ECHR was conceived, long before the Human Rights Act was enacted. In fact, we were world leaders in this. And actually what's happened now is that the excessive bureaucratization and the mission creep of these incredibly important institutions have now become completely counterproductive. So the people that originally authored these documents, whether the Human Rights Act or the ECA, or the European Convention on Human Rights, if I were to travel back in time and say, as Home Secretary, I was trying to deport violent, sexual predator criminals to countries that have a robust rule of law and protections from torture and arbitrary detention, all these kind of things, but the ECHR is preventing me from doing that, they would be horrified. And so we've got to recognise that it is now counterproductive, and it is preventing us from doing the right thing, and it is generating a huge amount of disquiet amongst the public. And as a democratic politician, we have got to respond to that.
It was kind of the worst kept secret at this conference that this was going to be the policy. I know it's claimed that the decision was only made on Friday or whatever. I'm afraid I'm going to swear. You were quoted as telling colleagues, the process is accept this or fuck off. Did you say that?
What I said, that's a partial quote.
What was the rest of it?
So the point I made is that I don't feel that we have to present this as an ultimatum, because the argument is compelling. And I don't like discussing what goes on in a cabinet or shadow cabinet. Other people clearly have, and I think it's therefore only fair that I explain exactly what I said. I said there is a danger of making this there's a danger that we sound as if we're trying to coerce people into this position. And I don't think we need to, because the argument is really compelling. When people, they won't get the full legal advice because that is to us, but when they get the explanation of why we need to do this, how we're going to do this, what else we need to do, the opportunities, but also the complexities, the arguments are compelling. And I know that we will bring Conservatives with us. And therefore, we don't need to say, accept this or fuck off. That was basically what I said.
Okay. I should let you get a sip of your Guinness. Get you drunk.
See how many swear words we can fit into this.
I want to talk about the policy more broadly, right? That the party announced yesterday is like an ICE-style deportations policy, sort of 750,000 over 5 years. But the ICE-style thing is interesting because it's a big point of debate in the US. Do you think the Trump administration has kind of got it right with the way ICE goes?
Well, look, the way they do their border security is for them. What Kemi has said, and again, as a former Home Secretary, you won't be surprised to hear that I fully support the fact that we have got to be able to deport people who have no right to be here. And the fact is that there have been a number of criminals in the UK, far, far, far too many, that we have been prevented from deporting. There are people who have come here illegally, who we have been prevented from returning to their countries of origin. And because the Labour Party scrapped the Rwanda plan, there are people who we can't return to their country of origin, and we now no longer have a third country to return them to. These are all the things that we will get a grip of when we're back in government. Because the British people, I'm going to mention this in my speech, I'm not going to give too much away, but the British people, I think, have a very well developed sense of fair play. We love queuing up. The Brits love queuing up. You know, it should be our national sport. We love queuing up. And the reason is because we know that the people that play by the rules should be rewarded for playing by the rules. And the people who don't play by the rules should face consequences. And if we ask people, as we do, to fill in forms and pay the fees and do the right thing in order to come and live in the UK, on behalf of those people, we should make it clear that if you don't play by the rules, if you don't fill in the forms, if you don't pay the appropriate fees, you should not be able to just jump to the front of the queue. And I think British people naturally understand that.
Yes, one of the announcements today, Mel Stride has just been in the hall and talked about, you should have to be a citizen to be able to claim benefits. And there's a kind of sticking point with that, because at the moment, people with EU settled status are able to claim benefits. We had Katie Lamb in that chair a couple of hours ago, who said her view is that perhaps we should look at the withdrawal agreement again and kind of basically have a situation where we can stop those people getting benefits as well, people with EU settled status.
Well,
would you be up for that as well? Is that your view?
So I we have got to look at the welfare bill. Labour, and I'm going to give them a little bit of credit, but only a little bit. The Labour front bench have basically conceded that the welfare bill is far bigger than it should be and is heading in the wrong direction. They attempted to make a tiny little reduction in the benefits bill, and they got bullied into withdrawing that by their own backbenchers. We have got to get a grip of the benefits bill. And it is entirely reasonable to say that our benefits system is there for the people who have paid into it, and for the family members of those people who have paid into it. And if you're coming to the UK, and before you've contributed economically, you're drawing down, then that is, I think, at odds with, as I say, that British instinct to queue up and play fair, but it's also economically unsustainable. So it's absolutely something we've got to look at.
You've got to look at benefits for people with EU settled status, you mean?
Well, look,
or more generally?
So that's not my area of policy. Mel will need to look at that. The Treasury team will need to look at balancing the books. Mel is excellent at that, former chairman of the Treasury Select Committee, so he is he's the right person to be doing that. But we have got to recognise that we can't just keep spending public money as if it is an unlimited resource, because people have got to pay for that. Because of Labour's inept policies, a lot of the wealthy taxpayers are now leaving, so they're not going to be paying this bill. And who's left holding the financial baby? It's the people on middle incomes and lower incomes who cannot relocate themselves or their money. They're the ones that Labour are dumping this financial burden onto. And I think on their behalf, we have got to be much more disciplined in how we spend public money.
I want to go on to some other stuff before we take questions from the room.
Sure.
So you said, I found an interview in 2020 where you said that you made the argument that basically racism wasn't getting worse in Britain. You grew up in an environment of kind of casual racism in the 70s. I hope I'm not making you too old here.
No, that's about right.
And although we're not in that world.
Viewers will find it hard to believe.
Of course.
Why is that funny? How's that funny?
And basically that racism wasn't getting worse in Britain. You fast forward 5 years, there's quite a sort of fractious situation out there in the country. Do you think that racism is getting worse in Britain now? Do you think, would you stand by basically what you said 5 years ago?
I think racism in the UK is nowhere near as bad as most other places in the world. I still think we're in a much better place than our international competitors and comparators. However, I do think the situation has got worse since that interview in 2020. I think we've got a much more polarised political environment. I think that some well-intentioned but counterproductive decisions that have been made in local councils, in some public services, and on the Labour front bench, some of the tone that they've used around things like the Black Lives Matter, around asylum hotels, around the response to the Stockport tax, I think have been really counterproductive. And I think that has generated real friction. Again, I'm going to make a point in my speech later on today that we have to address that, because if we don't, I do fear that we're going to get real splits in the country. And I don't want that. And I also fear that there are some bad faith actors who are seeking to take advantage of division for short-term political reasons. And I completely reject that as well.
Do you think, are you sort of arguing that the Black Lives Matter protests were like a turning point here, that they opened a Pandora's box of kind of almost like backlash, basically?
Well, it was largely a protest about a situation that wasn't British. I mean, that was triggered by basically the relationship between American police and Black Americans, African Americans. And that's completely different environment in the UK, and we were kind of importing another country's race relations problems, acting as if they were our problems when they weren't, And instead, as we attempt to do in the Conservative Party, instead of saying, actually, look, we're not suggesting this country is perfect, but we do believe we're in a really good place, you had Labour front benchers amplifying those divisions, making it sound as if being black in the UK was an automatic death sentence, when actually, on our side of the house, you had people of non-British heritage, Rishi, Suella, Kemi, me, Kwasi, and others, in really senior positions in the Conservative Party, in the government. And instead of celebrating what we were good at, the left were amplifying someone else's problems and then wondering why that was creating such social division here in the UK. I think if I'm being generous, I'll say it as naive, because the alternative is that it was cynical.
Well, I want to ask you about someone on the left. Gary Neville has sort of tweeted about this and said that a lot of division in society is being created by angry middle-aged white men who know
like
exactly
him.
what they're doing.
Like him.
Well, I wonder what you think of that.
Well, he's doing it again. I mean, this is the thing. He's polarising. He's, there's very little that Gary Neville says or writes that I agree with, and again, this falls into that basket. He's basically doing the things he's accusing others of doing. He's compartmentalising, segregating, and then blaming, and he's criticising people that do that. I mean, there's a mote in his eye.
It looks like a slightly different topic, but it looks like we may be getting recommendations to the government on an Islamophobia definition this week. We had Steve Reed in the Politico Pub last week in Liverpool sort of saying, I don't want this to be a blasphemy law by the back door. It kind of sounded like he was going to be quite careful about it.
Well, look,
do you think there's an accommodation there that you can reach with the government, or are you just totally different positions on it?
Well, I think the problem that we've got with this is that it's got all the hallmarks of potential blasphemy law through the back door. If Steve Reed is going to prevent that from happening, he will get my support.
Are you sad that you don't get to face Angela Rayner in this job?
It's
so much fun.
You're giving away. I run the risk of giving away all the content of my speech. I do. I really respect Angela Rayner. I like her a lot. I think there's more respect for her on the Tory benches than on the Labour benches. I mean, she's formidable. Her personal story. I heard a podcast that she did with one of your competitors. I can't remember. Political journalism podcast, talking through her life story, which I thought was genuinely really impressive. She's formidable. She's a firebrand. As I say, I think it would have been challenging but fun to go toe-to-toe with her. And I'm not sure I'm in quite the position to say that about Steve Reed.
It's very mean to Steve Reed. But,
it's true. He knows it's true. We all know it's true.
It's about a year or more now since you only just lost out on getting into that final two.
Oh, thanks for reminding me. It's
Sorry.
great.
Well,
Very kind of you.
Time heals all things. You're clearly among friends. Tell us what really happened.
I don't know. I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. There's certain things I do know. I knew it was going to be tight. There were certain people, I think, getting very, very excited. Maybe some within my campaign team, maybe some of the people who were voting, MPs that were voting, that thought it was inevitable that I was going to get into the final two. And I think the perception of inevitability was unhelpful. I was circulating. There was a I think a cartoon in the Telegraph on the morning of that final vote, which was two MPs talking, and one said to the other, "Oh, for God's sake, don't vote for the person that you actually want to win. That will ruin the whole system." And I was circulating this desperately to everybody, because Conservative politicians, if there's a simple way of doing it or a difficult way of doing it when it comes to leadership elections, that kind of stuff, we always seem to gravitate towards a difficult way of doing it. And I was saying to people, look, just if you want me to be the next leader of the party, vote for me. Don't try and game the system. Don't try and second guess the system. If you want me to win, just vote for me. Now, I know a couple of people voted tactically. Whether that was enough to swing it, whether it was always going to be the case that I didn't get it, I don't know. The bottom line is I didn't get it. Kemi and Rob got into the final two. I didn't. Kemi won. I didn't. She's a leader. I'm not. And I'm totally comfortable with that.
Well, the future still has a long way to run. We have a London mayor race at some point. Do you fancy throwing your hat into that one?
Look, I'm constantly invited to speculate about what I might do next. The job that I've got to do is to make sure that the country knows where the Conservatives stand on home building, on strengthening communities, on strengthening local government. Obviously, I cut my teeth in London politics, and it will be unsurprising for people to hear that I look at the ineptitude of Sadiq Khan in London and how he's managed to fly under the radar I find amazing and frustrating. And I want to call it out, and I will call it out. But the bottom line is, I got a job to do resetting the Conservative narrative, or actually not resetting narrative, resetting the perception of Conservatives when it comes to housing, when it comes to communities and local government. That is what I'm focused on doing.
I'm going to go for some quick fire. You ready for this?
So is that the first of the quick fire? Is that yes or no?
Well, are you going to run for London mayor? I mean, you can do yes or no if you want.
Well, I've just answered.
You've answered it. Yimby or NIMBY?
Yeah, we've got to make. I don't want to force people to be Yimbys. I want to make them want to be Yimbys. The thing about conservatism is it's not about ramming things down people's throats. It's about making them want to say yes, and that's what we've got to focus on.
What's your favourite Warhammer piece of yours?
Oh, so so Dark Angels, and I think Chaplains are brilliant figures to paint. Dark Angels, Chaplains.
I can admit I have no idea what you're on about, but I'll ask my other half so when I get home. Kemi is an engineer. What are you?
I'm a politician. Oh no. So look, my background was in sales. Look, I think I'm a communicator. I don't think that is going to be the most spectacularly surprising self-description.
And will Boris Johnson ever come back?
I'm not Boris. You're going to have to ask him. You're going to have to ask him. Look, I don't know. I think we're all very flattered when people ask us, do you want to be next leader? Do you want to be mayor of London? Do you want to be king of the universe? No, do you want to be, was it world king?
Do you want to be world king?
You know?
That's not a no.
That's not a no. That's the headline for it. Look, I'm sure Boris is very flattered about this. People constantly asking if he's going to come back. I think he's happy. I think he's in a good place. It wouldn't surprise me if he likes being asked to come back, but it would surprise me if he wanted to give up what I think is a very, very happy set of personal circumstances at the moment.
Fair enough. Well, look, I'm sure we've got some questions in the room. At least I hope we do. We've got one at the back there. Let's go to that gentleman there.
Thank you. Thanks, Dan. I want to come back to what Dan said earlier about the apparent backlash taking place. And as you pointed out, not just in Britain, but across the West, it appears. Is it fair to say that between the rising migration to Western countries and the aftermath of the BLM, that we are seeing, whether it's in Europe or the States, a kind of broad backlash against the real or perceived excesses of the left that's based on identity? And is that the political kind of tides that we're all swimming in now, whether it's this side of the Atlantic or the U.S.?
I am and always have been really uncomfortable with identity politics. And I think the left have got to understand, when you compartmentalize society, when you keep suggesting that one bit of society is naturally and inevitably at odds with other bits of society, and that one group of people can only be successful at the expense of another group of people. And this is a recurring feature of left-wing narrative, that you can't be wealthy unless we make the wealthy more poor. You can't be liberated unless we rip rights away from this other group of people. When groups of people respond to that division, the left turn around and say, oh, it's absolutely outrageous that these white working class people are behaving like this. It's like, well, hang on a second. You've been telling people to set themselves against other groups for decades. And now you're uncomfortable with the inevitability about that. So I think we have got to re-establish what, as a conservative, I think is the truth, is that you can actually all be better off, that you can actually have a community. It does have to be embedded in a common set of beliefs and values and laws. You can have diversity within these things. And this kind of segregation has inevitable negative consequences. The left have been driving a segregation narrative for a very, very long time. They don't like describing it as such, but that's what they've been doing. And they're now reaping the whirlwind.
More questions? We have Kat over here.
Hello, thank you. With your communities hat on, I just wondered if I could get your response to Israel inviting Tommy Robinson over in response to the attack in Manchester last week.
So first of all, I don't think we should describe it as Israel. It is a member of the Israeli government. Obviously, there's a broad coalition within the Israeli government. I have no doubt that a number of other people in the Israeli government are as uncomfortable with that as I am. I think it's a foolish move on behalf of the individual that did that. Tommy Robinson and others of his ilk are now wrapping themselves up in a pro-Jewish, pro-Israeli posture, because basically it's an opportunity to do what they really want to do, which is to be anti-Muslim. So I think it's an error. I've said so. And Tommy Robinson is no friend of the Jewish community, whether it be in London or anywhere, whether it be in the UK or anywhere else in the world.
I think we have time for one more, if anyone would like to ask one. It's a good opportunity.
Well, have I bored you into submission? Someone's got...
We have got one at the back.
There's one.
I can't see who these people are.
You know, these lights, blinded by the lights.
Hi there. Boris Johnson is on the news today saying that, or quoted to have said that he went too far, too fast on net zero. Would you agree with that? And do you have any comments on it?
Yeah, I do. And I think he's recognised the reality of the situation here. We have got an economic base which is reliant, has always been reliant on reliable energy. We have allowed a situation to come about, massively amplified by the Labour Party in government, where we've got the highest electricity prices in Europe. And that's making it much, much, much harder for British industries to compete. And now we've got the perverse situation with Ed Miliband trying to prevent hydrocarbon extraction from the North Sea, which is then driving the importation of more polluting hydrocarbon energy from overseas. It is an absolute nonsense. What I have seen is there are some fantastic technological innovations being developed here in the UK, which will be a fantastic export product for the UK and will help generate income for the UK. So I want us to continue being right at the front end of technology and innovation in the energy generation and storage space. But we cannot put lead weights in our own saddles. We're in a competitive international environment. We've got to recognise that we are, sadly, particularly under Labour now, pricing ourselves out of the market, and we have absolutely got to address that.
This pub is actually on what used to be the site of a green-blue smoothie stand, right? Back in the days of the vote blue, go green Toryism. Is that kind of Toryism dead now?
No, not
the Overton window just moved so far that it's just gone forever.
But look, with so much of public policy, it is about balance and it is about pace. So we were way ahead of the world when it came to decarbonising our economy. And not just by a bit, by a huge amount. And that pace of change, because of a set of circumstances, both domestic and international, increasingly started making some of our industries uncompetitive. And there is no point in priding yourself with being way out ahead of the field if it means that in protecting your economy, you're slipping back in the field. This is what this is the point that Kemi's making, this point that Claire, I'm sure, is going to make. We have got to be economically competitive, because if we're not, we cannot do the things that we need or want to do. So the strong economic foundation stone is part of our sales pitch here at this Conservative Party conference. It is absolutely right. And reaching back and saying, oh, well, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, your position was this. Well, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years ago, we didn't have the energy price shock through Russia's invasion of Ukraine. We didn't have other countries competing with us in a number of key areas. Things have changed, and when things change, the smart thing to do is to change your position on things. That's what we've come to, and we're right to do so.
Well, we're now going to change the seating arrangement here, because we're back at 12 o'clock with Andrew Griffith being interviewed by my colleague Anne McElvoy. For now, thank you very much, James. I'm going to let you finish your Guinness away from the cameras. Down the whole thing. You're not going to do it for us right now, like John Prescott.
There was a point in time where knocking back Guinnesses at it's pub opening time now, but
yeah, it's fine.
It's a bit early in the day to be necking pints of Guinness. I've got a speech to give this afternoon.
All right, I tried. All right, thank you very much for coming in, and thank you, everyone. Cheers.
Thank you.
Oh, that's a bit anemic.
Which was a bit anemic. No expense was spared in the production.
Come on, Politico. Do a bigger bell. We need a bigger bell.
We've been on the road for quite a long time. Well, that was the division bell, despite my guest, Andrew Griffiths' immediately negative comments on the quality of the bell. Andrew, welcome. Thanks for taking time to join us. Of course, Shadow Business, a hugely important brief at this conference. And welcome to our Politico Pub. I think you've already been busy. It's been morning of busy announcements here in Manchester. Your colleague, the Shadow Chancellor Mel Stride, telling us the pub landlords might be particularly happy, but so will other businesses, at the announcement that he wants to scrap business rates for 250,000 pubs, restaurants and similar companies. The price tag, at least the price tag he's putting on it, is $4 billion. Now, how on earth is this being funded? And is that part of this 47 billion spending cuts money, which controversially, some people think it may not be entirely right, but let's say that 47 billion, would that include this new proposal?
Yes. So that's how, the answer to your simple question, that's how it's funded. And it's a really important policy. You know, we're all in the business of words, but it's actions that matter. The Shadow Chancellor's laid out some really tough choices. They won't be easy. Not everyone will agree with those, but that's the job of work of government. But that gives you the ability to then put back and support sectors of the economy. And why retail, hospitality and leisure? Because it has been uniquely clobbered to the tune of about 100,000 jobs, objective data, by the jobs tax, the change in NI thresholds. And if you want to deal with one of the biggest challenges we've got in society, which is the number of young people in particular who would like to be in work but are not, then think about the sectors that give people their first chance. My first job was in retail. I worked at my local Tesco's. I've made more hot cross buns and donuts than one would ever care to think about. But typically, the sector does a great job at making people work ready, giving people their opportunities. It's a sector where you can literally go from behind the bar to running a large group of businesses. And so when we think about the choices, the people whose side we are on, clearly it's wider than just that sector, to be clear, but people whose side we're on, this is a really, really strong candidate, and they're really suffering at the moment. So that is one of the things that we can do to help, and the next Conservative government would do that.
But as you say, Andrew, to get there, you're saying that this has to be part of this 47 billion, this big number that was put out there in extra spending cuts. Now, we might go to some of those in a moment in a bit more detail, but for a lot of people hearing that, it does sound a bit like New Age of Austerity Mark II, and a lot of the electorate blamed Conservatives for that. It sort of was the beginning of a loosening of their bond with the Conservative Party. And it's such a big figure, a hostage to fortune, you could say, to be offering that this far out from the election. Why do it?
Well, you've got to lay out the choices you're going to make. I mean, the big change, we're under new management, the big change, if you like, is the honesty about the state of the public finances. You know, you can see that. That has not all happened under this government, but they are absolutely attenuating that. You can see it in things like the price that the government has to pay for its borrowing, the fact that the Chancellor is putting us in this sort of doom loop where you put together a budget, you say you've got a little bit of headroom, then the economy declines a bit further, you come back and say there's a bigger hole that needs to be filled. So you can see, objective truth, the state of the public finances, and any government needs to make hard choices. You know, I came from the world of business. You had to make hard choices. Marketing department doesn't always love you. The sales department doesn't love you, but you have to balance the books at the end of the day. Now, government finances are much worse than that. We have not balanced our books as a country on a current account basis for a quarter of a century. So, you know, you say, look, these are big numbers, and of course they're big numbers. They're not actually that big numbers in terms of either the overall size of the government, nor the expansion that we've seen in the welfare state. And if somebody doesn't get to grips with that, we're not going to have the sort of government, sort of economy that we want.
Yeah, but if you're saying for this government, it's getting into doom loop because it then finds reality is different and then it has to come and the black hole gets bigger, then presumably the same analysis would apply, right? That your 47 billion might also not go as far as you hoped it would. So I mean, it isn't exactly the same trap that by putting a figure on it so early, that you've committed yourself, this leader, or any potential, were it to happen, successor to this leader is now tied to this figure.
No, I don't agree with that, but let me just unpack that a little bit. First of all, there is a difference because these are talking about choices. You know, at the end of the day, I mean, of course, you put a number against them, but they are choices about the sort of, in particular, the sort of welfare system we want to see, a welfare system that's fair, and the choices embedded within that. And then from those choices flow some numbers because we all need numbers to have that currency. But there is a real difference between setting out a set of, if you like, spending cuts or spending less and spending more and believing that that is the way to grow. And that's is a clear dividing line. People will choose their own side of that to be on between a chancellor that comes out and says, well, I'm very pleased and happy. I'm going to be spending £40 billion a year more. And that is how I'm going to grow the economy. A chancellor that says, you know, or a government that says we're going to put 120,000 words, 330 pages of red tape on employment, but yet miraculously people are going to carry on employing people at the same rate they were before. That's just not the real world. That's the difference. And this is a down payment on financial responsibility that you should expect from every government and that you will absolutely want from the next Conservative government.
But it's very specific, isn't it? 23 billion from the welfare bill by drastically reducing eligibility for non-Brits, reversing or maintaining, rather, the two-child benefit cap, depending on where Labour is on that. And then this category of slashing PIP, so those entitlements for low-level mental health issues. Again, not very clearly defined. All governments have found it harder when they really get into trying to get into that welfare bill. Well, the fact that costs have an awkward habit. People are odd creatures. They may present on one spreadsheet as being in one category, and then you find that the cost has somehow moved over to another. As you say, you know, you are used to putting big targets on numbers, but you're also very aware of the fact that these numbers often don't really work out in reality. And that's why I press you on the fact that actually it is a relatively high number. I can't think of another party at this stage in the cycle that would have made such a clear commitment. You must have had some qualms about it. The business side of Andrew Griffith maybe had a little moment when you saw that one coming out of the leader's office.
No, look, the business side is extremely happy. I mean, look, you're right. I mean, we shouldn't, you know, these are not gravitational constants, and you understand that. But in public discourse,
what does that mean? Sorry.
Well, it means they're not, you know. You
mean they're not true?
They're not. No. It means they're not. You know, when you make judgments about numbers, you know, some numbers have quantum atomic accuracy, and others are a view about what the best estimate will be. Now, I think they are credible because
quantum atomic is definitely a word we've never had in the pub before.
Right, there you go. Former science minister. But
it sounds like you're saying they're very rough figures.
No, I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is, you're right that in putting together any set of numbers, there are judgments. Now, in this case, you know, this is a well-documented area. People have seen the expansion in the cost of welfare. The welfare budget itself is scrutinised by Parliament. It's looked at by the OBR. Sir Mel Stride is the former welfare minister himself who dealt with these policies and the implications of that. And you'll hear more from Helen about the policy choices embedded within it. So no, I don't think there's mileage in trying to diss the numbers. I'm very happy with the fact that the Conservative Party is taking a view about, look, what are going to be the difficult choices? And the merit of doing that in advance is light years away from what the government have done, which is they didn't talk about winter fuel at all. They talked about tightening up some of the criteria for welfare. Because they hadn't done that work in advance, because it wasn't baked into any numbers, and because they hadn't talked about the trade-offs in public, as soon as that idea, and as far as I can see, you know, Rachel Reeves cooked that up when she had a black hole, not because of some moral purpose and mission, as soon as that met the reality of the modern Labour Party, you know, they lost it and they couldn't get it through. This is a very, very different approach. Whatever people like or not, it is a very different approach of litigating that up front and being clear the choices we'll make and the people whose side we are on. We're on the side of publicans because we're willing to reinvest that back in that business rates relief.
Now, the biggest long-term contributor to rising public spending, as you well know, is the cost of pensions and support for the elderly. And the OBR says that the annual cost of the triple lock policy is estimated now to reach 15.5 billion by 2030, and state pension is also forecast to increase to about 7.7% of the economy by the 2070s. So these are very sizable numbers, and yet they're not, I think, reflected in anything that we've heard addressed by Conservatives so far. So why leave this alone? Do you think that's an area really you're going to have to move into if you want to get, as you say, books not even to balance, but books to look like they're in a healthier state?
Look, that's an ongoing debate, if you like. All the other areas of policy are things yet to be determined in the light of situations at the time. The biggest challenge we've got at the moment is actually not the triple lock, because that links to earnings, and earnings, look like they're about to rise at a much, much lower rate because of actions and choices the Chancellor's taken. But conversely, we are dealing with a big increase in inflation. And that's not the triple lock, that's the double lock. That has a big price because inflation's approaching 4%. And I think most people would say the pensioners whose opportunity to earn an income, to change their financial circumstances, is now behind them, should be protected from inflation. That's the double lock, if you like, not the triple lock. And so the best thing that the government can do is to get to grips with inflation. Actually, they're doing the opposite. They're putting more costs through the supply chain, they're imposing barriers, high energy costs, and all of that is what's causing this big increase in inflation.
I think we've heard a tone from you, from the Shadow Chancellor this morning, that wants to sort of make the argument, bring the Conservatives, if you like, off the naughty step when it comes to the economy and out of the era of Trussonomics. But why should the public pay much heed to that, given the failure to control spending in the wake of Brexit? Do you think it's still actually quite hard to portray yourselves as sound managers on the economy?
I think for sure it will take time. And I think the difference to me is having what you're seeing today, and you'll see in other domains, is a clear set of plans. I don't think that the next election is a trust me. I think it's a show me. I think people want to see whichever party, having been wildly suckered in by this government, which has collapsed at a genuinely unprecedented rate in political history. I think that people are crying out, and I'm not saying they'll. I'm not saying they'll yet.
The last government did also collapse at quite a rate, several times.
I'm not saying people are there. I'm not saying people are there yet. I think it will take time. But how do you engage with people? Clear plans. What are the choices you're going to make? Whose side are you on? And then if we hold ourselves together, and if we're united, and if we look like we are sensible, credible people, which I acknowledge we did not always in government, then I think the electorate will give us a chance. And particularly if, as I believe, the defining issue of the next election will be the state of the economy. And how do you do that essential ingredient of democracy, which is give people hope and make them believe credibly that their children can be better off than they themselves were. That's where the West has been failing. And I honestly think that under Kemi's leadership, we're starting to get into the hard yards of that really difficult debate.
Let's touch on some other areas, because you've got a very nice, wide-ranging brief. And you penned a piece for The Telegraph with Dame Priti Patel at the weekend, saying no longer would burnishing credentials as a member of the lanyard classes.
So you cheer.
Yay! Sorry. I think everyone's had that joke.
We've got a lanyard.
They've all had that joke, so they're often like, yeah. But your credentials, the lanyard classes of Westminster, this credentialism, that would no longer be a ticket to an ambassadorial appointment necessarily. And you said this, nothing, or jointly said, nothing less than a cultural revolution towards commerce is needed. One hopes not of the Chinese variety, otherwise that would be a short-lived time for your ambassadors. But trying to appoint diplomats from outside the ranks of the traditional routes, particularly the Foreign Office, hasn't gone very well, has it? I mean, look at the Peter Mandelson saga. It's not give you warning.
These will not be political appointments, Anne. So let me try and let's think about this. I mean, chairman of big international banks. If you run a big, be invidious if I start picking names, you'll all rush off and say something.
Oh, yes, please.
Yeah, I know you would like that.
Yeah, well,
if you've run a big international organisation, by definition, you've worked in other markets. Former Lord Mayors of London, as City Minister, I had the privilege of working with multiple former Lord Mayors of London. They already perform an ambassadorial role. And this is not saying that every market, some of which where we've got troops stationed, where we've got very significant security equities, that this would apply. But there are also many, many other countries in the world where the prime opportunity is economic. As Shadow Secretary of State for Trade, it's my job to think, how can we find new markets? This is not a country
that can reconcile our ambition for prosperity with our domestic market. Right? I mean, if you're the US, I mean, no one really does that these days, but if you're the US or China, you probably have a very nice standard of living selling just to yourself. That is not true of the United Kingdom. We've tumbled down the GDP per capita rankings. I'm not happy about that. No one should be happy about that. What's one of the levers that you can pull? It's trade and finding export markets. Those are marginal.
So this would not be, for instance, to send an ambassador to Washington.
I mean, let's say no, right? Let's
So it's more for emerging economies.
Thinking about those. It's a sensible policy, and we shouldn't cling to the extremity that essentially says every single person representing the UK as an ambassador has to either have worked in King Charles Street for their entire career or very, very occasionally be a political appointee. Right? It's not that. It's saying, look, let's look at the job in hand, which is often a job of opening markets, representing the UK, yes, representing His Majesty. Could there possibly be people at the top of other industries that could do that job equally well? And would we be open to that as part of a broader strategy of saying everybody, and this is as important as the individual, everybody who's working in an overseas embassy should be very focused on a trade, sales, exports KPI?
Might be a job for you.
Well, now I'd count as a political appointee. Maybe once upon a time I wouldn't have done, but now they'd all jump up and down. Anyway, I've got a job.
You're hanging on to it, right? What's your view of the government's approach to subsidy? I'm thinking particularly of the JLR, that credit guarantee following a very serious cyber attack there. I mean, there's one narrative we heard a lot at Labour coming under pressure last week. I was interviewing Peter Carr, their business secretary. Did Labour do enough? Was it acting fast enough? I think there's more detail that's come out. There's a bit of a reality check there. Did JLR do enough in terms of due diligence to protect itself? After all, it's a big company. It's got Tata behind it. What on earth is it doing running to the British taxpayer when it hasn't sorted out its cyber security? Do you think we're actually expecting the state to do too much in bailing out companies like that?
I think bailout subsidies should be a last resort, not the first resort. So I don't think anyone should be trigger happy about those things. I think on British Steel, a slightly different position I would have taken. On JLR and actually the constant attacks on now British businesses and enterprises on cyber, I don't think we should be negligent or wash our hands of that. There isn't a fully insurable market, in my experience, in cyber. A little bit like terrorism. In terrorism, you remember the Bishopsgate bombing in the City of London, and as a result of that, the government set up a pool reinsurance scheme. We're getting into the bowels of this now, but actually that worked really well. It's made money, if you like, for the taxpayer because it required people to chip in. It avoided most of the moral hazard, which you do get if the government steps in too quickly by having it sat behind other commercial insurance.
You're not that far away from the Labour position.
I'm not, no, and I think there could be
in that case, tiny bit.
You see, you're only interested in division, in division and dissent. But,
no, I think there are just other things that probably are more.
I think in cyber, you've got this grey area of what is the involvement of states and state actors, and we don't have a full private insurance market.
Yeah. So let's have a word about Europe and where we stand there, but particularly looking at our trade and business outlook. We had some polling from Politico showing that the agri-food deal agreed by the government in principle with Brussels is popular with Remainers and Leavers alike. They want to get past this stuff, even when they're told it does mean following EU rules, so alignment in that sphere. If industry and the public are in favour, why would you oppose it?
Look, don't oppose anything for opposition's sake, right? Genuinely, I'm delighted the Prime Minister's off leading a trade delegation to India. Fantastic, right? That's a really, really important market that can help our country grow. But conversely, and of course we're all in favour when it's couched in terms of a poll as wouldn't it be good to sort of remove this particular friction and have these particular rules? Of course we're in favour of that. But then if the flip side that is not surfaced in that polling is it may in future prevent you exploiting other opportunities, tying our energy emissions trading scheme to the Europe, imposing a carbon border tariff, for want of a better word, may impede that very ability to get concessions from India that might unlock big opportunities for financial and professional services. So I think I'm a fairly balanced politician. I don't think the debate should be at the extremity but you've got to be very careful about understanding what's the unintended consequences. And I really hope the Prime Minister is a convert to having an independent trade strategy, because he's been, to some degree, a beneficiary of that. We were in the room in Washington alone, while 27 other nations were working out what their approach to trade would be.
Let's squeeze one more in, and I'm going to go out to the floor. Big talking point here has become what is the position of the Conservative Party now on EU citizens, settled status, etc., who will be able to access benefits and broadly who won't. Now, some officials have already conceded to my London playbook colleagues who are scattered around here with they're gimlet trained on this, that EU citizens who have settled status would still be able to access benefits, and that materially affects the calculation of what that was supposed to save. Your view on that, because that's where the sort of any fault in the maths does become quantonomically difficult for you.
I will. It won't be quantonomically difficult, but I will leave that. I will leave the detail of that to others. You can talk to Helen.
My sense is more because you connect the UK to the wider world. Let me put it in that way, because I'm really, I know it is not your business in the detail, but that's the sort of thing. It sort of unsettles people. When I'm writing in a German newspaper, they're like, "What's going on with this thing?" And I think it does affect the perception of the UK, and they would maybe, a lot of foreign trade partners might say, are you really, still into kind of having us around in the UK? Or are you always going to be coming after us with another attack on settled status? And do you accept that that's a risk in this argument?
Look, actually, what I accept is it's actually a moving feast. I spent a lot of time in Germany when I was working. They had a very, very different system now. Now, every day I look at the latest speech or proposal from Friedrich Merz, and it's very different. Sometimes it's a bit of a time lapse as to where we were having the same debate. So, again, I think, I don't ever want to cede the idea that the UK will be an outward-looking, nation that has rule of law and respects partners, and actually is a very valued partner to do business with. That is my sense as I travel around the world. And as for the detail, I don't think it'll be in opposition to that, but you should talk to Helen or Mel.
Right. Okay, let's get some questions. And let's go first to our own UK trade maestro, Sophie Inge. Where's Sophie? That away.
Hi. Thank you, Anne. I had another question about trade. So at the Labour conference, Trade Minister Chris Bryant said that he wanted a UK-Mercosur agreement, which, as you know, EU efforts to secure a Mercosur agreement have been deeply controversial. What are your thoughts on that? Thank you.
Very open to it in principle. That's not the position of the government, interestingly, because they're going for a much deeper entanglement on things like SPS than Mercosur itself would do. But I also, the yin to that yang is also, I want to hear from Labour ministers, because they are our government, and I'm a patriot, and I want our economy to grow. I want to hear more from them about the opportunities of CPTPP. A bit of a tongue twister, but last week I was in Taiwan. That's a fantastic market. They want to do more with us. Rate of GDP per capita growth in Taiwan, 8% currently, average of 4% for the last decade. That's a important market and opportunity. If I am Trade Secretary, we will spend as much time on those markets as we will trying to eliminate almost diminishing frictions. You talked about the SPS deal and the whole trade debate. We spend a lot of time, on the short straits and SPS at the frontier. The truth is, and we've just had a big farming rally outside, is we import far more foodstuffs from the European Union than we export. So wearing that my job is not to feed the nation. My job is to help us grow our economy. From that perspective, that's not something that's a big distraction compared with the opportunities of the wider world.
Anyone else like to ask a question? Yes, front there. Anyone at the back, give me a good wave. I'm a bit long-sighted. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard Mollett from Relex PLC. Yesterday we heard Kemi Badenoch say she would bring the UK out of ECHR. Now, clearly there's no direct link between that and trade agreements, but at a time when you would be in government trying to form trade relationships with international partners, would you not be concerned they might look askance, or it changes the mood music if the UK is walking away from other international agreements?
I mean, not really. I mean, you know, obviously it's up to the receiver to make those connections in their mind. Look, the truth is that we have always had the highest standards of human rights. We were world leader in efforts to eliminate the slavery from the world. And the accession of the UK to the ECHR is relatively new in historical terms. We should look to Parliament and democracy and the consensus that we have as a society about how we should treat each other as human beings, not to any one particular treaty at any one particular moment in time. And I think there are real impedances. I mean, the businesses I talk to, you know, it's just hard to get stuff done, right? It's just hard. We're slow. You know, we're competing with one arm tied behind our back because in other countries they're able to build infrastructure much more quickly. And some of that does go back to that thicket of human rights and equality and the duties of to consult and the expansionist approach of the judiciary in areas like judicial review. And so, you know, if you're serious about growth, and I don't accept, as you heard, I don't really accept the trade-off between adherence to one particular international treaty, then you absolutely, I'm afraid, have to put into the field of play fundamental reform of how the English legal system works. I think Parliament's got, you know, its job to do as well, and the system reform of government is not unimportant, but you should absolutely bring that onto the pitch, and I think we can reconcile that with allies and colleagues.
So we're nearly out of time, but given your business background, I can't resist asking you about a line that Kemi Badenoch gave me when we interviewed her last week, when she said that she was turning around a distressed asset in the Conservative Party, and as a former business figure yourself, and do you see the state of your party the same way? I mean, there's an argument in a distressed asset for A, getting rid of it, or B, a merger, isn't there?
Well,
you can have a sense of humour if you want.
The primary thing you do with a distressed asset is try and turn it around, and it's a jolly hard job. But that's also the big upside opportunity. So do I accept that? Yeah, look, being open and fair, I do. I mean, if you look at not just our transient poll ratings, but the issue about trust, which is true of all political parties, but definitely as an incumbent party, you know, we've had that issue as well in recent years. And so changing how people think about us. Like my simple version of this, 4 Ps. Principles, which are essentially unchanged than if you walked into the Thatcher Hall and heard about, you know, the challenges and the policies, the principles that we applied in the 70s and 80s. Policies which are applying those to the greatest moment, the greatest challenges of a particular moment, whether it's how do you get the nation building again, how do you deal with growth, what's the trade strategy post-Brexit. That's your policies. And then behind that, or underneath that, are plans and people, right? And plans, I think, is where the key debate and action for the next election is. It's why we are maybe taking more risk, coming out with more clarity on policy at an earlier stage in the cycle. By the way, the cycle's bust, right? I mean, the cycle does not have the idea that a government would come in with a record ever majority and then have record bad polling for its leader and its party.
And a surge of reform, which you haven't mentioned.
Exactly, and a surge of other new entrants, the Greens reforms. It's a competitive domain, right? And, you know, we've chosen to compete in business terms. We've chosen to compete in that competitive domain, right? So you have to put your best foot forward. The point about plans is it can give you credibility and trust, right? In a world where people are not that promiscuous about who they trust. And people, which is my ambassadors is a small example of that, is how are you actually going to do it? You and whose army? Well, actually, we will recruit an army of people, not exclusively from business, but including a lot of people from business who recognise the challenge that we face. And that business as usual answers aren't going to do it.
But when donors walk out of the door, and that was a story that we ran, my colleague Sam Coates, well from your Sky incarnation. I mean, you know, that can't make you feel great about this. If you say, here we are with our 4 Ps and we're all going forward, but the very people who are they're very reactive to what they think, you know, who's got the offer on business are walking out of the door. When does that pain you when you see that you lose?
Yes. But everyone, go back to business. Everyone is either a customer or a potential customer. So does it pain me? Yeah, for sure. I mean, it pains me enormously as a patriot that hundreds of thousands of people arguably are leaving our country, literally leaving our country, not our party, you know, for Milan and Abu Dhabi and other countries around the world because they just think they're going to get a better life and better opportunities. I mean, that's painful. But in terms of donors or individuals, it's a competitive domain. People have choices. What do you do to respond? You raise your game, you lay out your offering, and you seek to engage and persuade people why they're making the wrong decision and that they should come back and back you.
Thank you very much.
Thank
Great
you.
note to end on.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Thanks very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
this guy so you can hear it. Or...
Hello. Thank you very much, everyone. I'm Dan Bloom, a political editor at Politico, and I'm joined by the Shadow Home Secretary, Chris Philps. So thank you very much for coming in. This is going to be a slightly more hastened session because I think you've got a hard stop, but we're going to get through some pub chat,
okay,
and then go to a question or two in the room if we have time.
Pub chat, what does that involve? We'll find out.
Well, why don't I ask you what your favourite party you've been to this week is?
The favourite party so far that I've been to? That is a good question. I think yesterday evening, the 1922 committee party up in some sort of roof garden in the middle of Manchester was pretty good. But as always, the spectator party tomorrow is one to look out for.
Okay, I won't try and promote our own one, but you've been doing some generic style or some Chris Philps style.
No, he's been
videos.
Doing Chris Philps style videos.
Indeed. Who wore it better?
Who what? Sorry.
Who wore it better? Who did it better?
I think we both did equally well. I think the videos we've done over the summer have cut through. Whether it was Robert with Fare Dodgers or my visit to an asylum hotel where I discovered Deliveroo and Just Eat bikes being used by illegal immigrants for illegal working, or the visit I paid to the organised gang of Romanian beggars and pickpockets living on Park Lane, or my trip to Dunkirk in August, where I was chased around the migrant camp in Dunkirk by a machete-wielding people smuggler.
What have you got planned next? Kind of how important?
Yeah. Well, I don't want to reveal any upcoming trade secret plans, lest they are emulated by anyone else. But I've got quite a few other tricks up my sleeve for the near future.
I want to ask you about protests a little bit. You know, the government was talking about restricting, cumulative protests at the weekend. You've talked about wanting to restrict static protests as well as ones that go on marches, right? Like, how much further should this power be taken than that, do you think? Is there stuff that you are thinking about saying that you'd like to see that goes more than what you've said already? You know, where are you on this?
Oh, so you're inviting me to break news in the Politico's
Pub? That's the start. But I mean, what is your thinking around it? Is your thinking that you would like to go further generally?
So look, I think when Shabana Mahmood, my new opposite number, on my second Home Secretary already and counting, announced the plans yesterday, I did come out and support them, and so did Kemi, because we do think, taking into account the cumulative impact of protests happening again and again and again and again, should be taken into account when deciding whether protests should be allowed or not, and in particular whether they have an intimidatory effect on some communities, in particular the Jewish community, to be honest. I will also go further in this way. I would say that if someone who is not a British citizen is guilty of inciting racial or religious hatred, including anti-Semitism, if they express support or sympathy for extremism, or if they express support or sympathy for violence or terrorism, they should be deported if they're not a British citizen. And I don't think that is something the Labour government are currently proposing to do, but in office we would do that.
So people who are British citizens, a lot of them are going along to these Palestine Action protests, essentially. They're holding up banners, they're being arrested by police. Police have got a big crunch moment coming up where the prosecutors and the courts have, where they're going to have to decide how hard or otherwise to throw the book at hundreds and hundreds of people. Now, the maximum sentence for support for a prescribed organisation, as you'll know, is 14 years in jail. How far do you think would you like to see the courts going with people who, for example, turn up and say, I support Palestine Action?
Yeah, so that the court will take into account kind of a range of things. One is severity, the other is so-called culpability. So culpability would mean if you are one of the ringleaders of that, you'll get a much longer sentence. So, for example, when we had this wasn't in a terrorist context, but when the Just Stop Oil protesters were blocking motorways and blocking streets deliberately a couple of years ago, the guy behind that, Roger Hallam, ended up, I think, getting a pretty significant sentence because he was organising the whole thing. He was extremely culpable. So those people who are organising these protests in breach of the law should get longer sentences. Someone who isn't an organiser but just shows up obviously is less culpable. And in terms of seriousness, obviously Palestine Action, is not the same as Hamas, clearly, and that will get accounted for as well. But the court should be passing a sentence. The ringleaders, come down like a ton of bricks. I would suggest a significant custodial sentence is appropriate because they are deliberately organising a breach of the law. People that just show up, there should be a sentence of some kind. Maybe it'll be a fine, for example. But there should be some consequence if you break the law, for sure.
There's some suggestion that there's a lot of police discretion in how to deal with this. They could, in theory, kind of give fixed penalty notices if they want to, but presumably you think for people just holding up a sign, that would be the wrong.
No, I think if someone has gone out to set out to break the law and express sympathy for an organisation that's been prescribed, so banned as a terrorist organisation under the Terrorism Act, then I think it is right they get properly arrested and the court decides what the appropriate sentence is.
I want to ask about the immigration plans, the deportation plans that were announced on Sunday. So you very deliberately called it ICE-style plans, like the US. What other kind of inspiration can we take? What can we learn from the US? What do you think they're doing well?
So I discussed this last August with Vice President J.D. Vance in his Cotswolds hangout, which was very nice, although surrounded by unbelievable levels of security, including a bloke on the lawn with a sniper rifle.
So it pointed at you?
No, it was lucky. I was well behaved, so I didn't get pointed at by a sniper rifle, luckily. So the US have had an incredibly successful 6 or 8 months on border control. So under the Biden administration, they had every month tens of thousands of people entering the United States from Mexico across that 3,000-mile land border. Within just a few months of the second Trump administration starting, those numbers came down by 80 or 90%, which shows you it can be done. You should ask Tony Abbott about this as well, because Australia did the same thing in 2013 with Operation Sovereign Borders, where they, just like America, people arriving illegally got removed, right? Either back to their country of origin if possible, or to a third place if not. Australia used Nauru. We propose to use Rwanda or somewhere similar. America has done it, and it's worked. It's worked in Australia. It's worked in America. It will work here as well. So the principles that the Trump administration have applied, we would apply here. If you enter the country illegally, you are going to get removed pretty much immediately.
Of course, we've got Tony Abbott on at 3 o'clock, so stick around. But do you think ICE is getting the balance right in how it's been dealing with these cases?
Yeah, look, there are some examples in the US where they have clearly used tactics that are too heavy-handed, and families have been separated. We don't advocate that sort of approach, but we do advocate zero tolerance for illegal immigration, and anyone entering this country illegally, no matter what their purported excuse, will get removed within a week. And we can do that because we're going to come out of the ECHR, as you may have heard, and we've got this plan to strip away all the rest of the legal architecture, which prevents us removing people here illegally and foreign criminals, which means getting rid of immigration legal aid, abolishing the immigration tribunal, so these decisions get taken in the Home Office, and getting rid of legal aid entirely for immigration cases, and also banning asylum claims by people who enter the country illegally.
I want to ask you about some of that, but what other tips did J.D. Vance give you? What did he pass on?
What did he pass on? Well, we debated Ukraine quite a bit, as you can imagine. We talked about how you can...
Did you tell him stand up for Ukraine more, or what was...
I mean, it was a very friendly conversation, but I did explain why I felt it was important the West collectively defends and protects Ukraine, on the basis that if you appease a dictator, an expansionist dictator like Putin, he'll just keep coming. It would be Moldova next, then Georgia. Who knows what he'd do afterwards? And we discussed geopolitics more widely, and other dictators around the world who may feel emboldened if they see the West show weakness on Ukraine. So we just debated those issues around the table.
Do you think the US has heard that message? Because we've talked for months about security guarantees for Ukraine, and there was that big summit in the Oval Office in August, and it seems like things haven't really moved that far from there as far as we can.
Well, so we did discuss the question of whether, if there was a peace deal at some point, the extent to which Putin could be trusted to respect and honour it, and I made the case that he couldn't, and we talked about some of the things Putin's done in the past. I think there has been a bit of a move. You've seen President Trump in the last week or two talking about supporting Ukraine more. I think from what I can see, from where I'm sitting, President Trump's patience with Vladimir Putin appears to be expiring. So we'll see how that develops.
It's one of Americanism I want to ask you about that Reform UK have actually kind of toyed with a little bit. They've talked about not so much ending as sort of reducing civil service impartiality in some way. So bringing in more of their own people into the civil service, whether it's like lots of special advisors instead of civil servants or whatever, because their argument is that civil servants are like a block on getting stuff done. Now, you've been in the Home Office and all the rest of it. Like, would you be in favour of that sort of idea?
Yeah, so just firstly on reform and Russia, since you put the thought into my mind, I'm quite troubled that Nigel Farage has previously said he admires Vladimir Putin. He said that he played a blinder in Syria, even though Putin supported Assad to use chemical weapons against his own people. And last year, I think Nigel Farage said that it was Ukraine's fault they got invaded. So I have some deep misgivings about Reform's position on Russia since you raised both of those things. On the civil service impartiality question, it is pretty difficult when, the Home Office has about 50,000 civil servants. And when you're in there as a minister, there are about 4 or 5 Commons ministers and about 4 special advisors. So there are essentially about 9 or 10 essentially politically appointed people, and there are 50,000 civil servants. And if someone has joined the civil service to work in the asylum department, they're probably doing that from a perspective of wanting to give asylum to people. So it did at times feel like a bit of a struggle. And it wasn't the case for all bits of the Home Office. I would like to sort of make that clear. So there were some people in immigration enforcement who had views that were much more aligned to ours. And in the police bit of the Home Office, we were all very much on the same side as well. I think more political appointees, particularly at the top, actually would help. And people being appointed from outside the public sector who can bring a bit of dynamism to bear. Difficult because civil service salaries are not comparable to people who are at the top of the corporate ladder, like a chief executive of a significant private sector company will be getting paid like 5 or 6 times more than an equivalent civil servant. So that is challenging. But I think more outside blood and more political infusion would actually help ministers of any political party get things done.
Are we talking about like, what sort of numbers are we talking about? Like 1 or 2 or like sort of dozens in order to get them into the directors of the department?
Yeah, so I think in America it's thousands, isn't it? When the American administration changes over, there are literally, I think it's 5 or 10,000 people in the federal government basically switch over. I wouldn't suggest anything on that scale, but in a department like the Home Office, there might be, and some people in there, civil servants, do a great job, work hard, and diligently execute what ministers want them to do. But I could imagine, a few dozen people coming into a big department would make quite a big difference to ministers' ability to get things done. And on that topic, we need to massively rein in judicial review. Obviously, we said we're going to scrap it for immigration, but more widely, we need to rein in judicial review because the government ministers constantly get overridden by the courts for, frankly, pretty ridiculous reasons. When I was immigration minister, I was JR'd more than any other minister in government, which I take as a badge of significant honour. And we also need to take arm's length bodies and pull them back inside. So bodies like, Natural England, for example, exercise very significant influence while being outside of ministerial oversight or control, rather.
Some of these are your ideas, and what I was asking about is a sort of reform idea. Reform are where they are in the polls, and you are where you are in the polls, and you're trying to turn that around. If you can't, or if there's a kind of clear, right and centre-right kind of majority, if you like, in Parliament, would you rule out some kind of pact, some kind of deal, or working with reform in some way?
Well, Kemi has been very clear and said no, that's not on the cards, and actually not. And I agree with Kemi. And Nigel Farage has also been very clear that he doesn't want to do a deal either. So it's currently, it's not on the table, and we're working hard to make sure we get our positive plans across. And I think the move on the ECHR, the Climate Change Act, the Borders Plan we talked about earlier, the stuff on getting taxes down today, all of that is strong stuff. And I think it's also properly thought through, unlike many of Reform's policies, which are, I'm not sure I should say this here, but, dreamt up in a pub and written on the back of a fag packet. Whereas our policies are properly thought through.
Well, here's one thing you can dream up in a pub. Yeah. You were in the Home Office. The Conservatives have made a big deal of the China spying case that was dropped, and there seemed, the thing at the centre of it seems to be whether officials, including Jonathan Powell, met and basically made it clear that the government is not describing China as an enemy, and therefore charges would not be able to stack up. Do you, having worked in the Home Office, what do you think of this suggestion that this could have happened without ministerial oversight? Were there cases where there was a similar thing and you would have just had to been involved, or do things happen without ministers knowing about it?
I would be astonished. I'd be staggered if this happened without some form of ministerial involvement. Now, that may not have come from the Home Office. In fact, I've been assured privately that the Home Office Home Office ministers were not cited on this. You can make your own judgment about that assurance.
You've been assured by Labour.
I've spoken to Labour people, and I've asked them some questions, and I got that answer in the Home Office. However, I'd be astonished if Jonathan Powell and Ollie Robbins, who apparently authorised this change in government position, which caused the trial to collapse because the government evidence changed between April 2024, when the government gave evidence supporting the prosecution and supporting the categorisation of China as an enemy. By September 2025, a couple of weeks ago, that evidence had changed. Apparently, that was an instruction given by Ollie Robbins and by Jonathan Powell. And I would be astonished, I'd be staggered if the Prime Minister hadn't been cited on that. I can't imagine Jonathan Powell, who's one of Keir Starmer's closest and most senior advisors, would have done that without discussing it with the Prime Minister first. So Keir Starmer now has some very serious questions to personally answer. Did he or did he not discuss this with Jonathan Powell or anyone else? Did Keir Starmer know about this change in position? Did Keir Starmer authorise it? Because what has happened is the government have decided to shift their policy on China, probably for economic reasons, because they're in the process of obviously kowtowing to the Chinese for economic reasons. Did Keir Starmer authorise that? And by so doing, he caused a prosecution of people for espionage conducted on behalf of China to collapse. So Keir Starmer has to answer those questions, I think urgently, and I think it's obviously up to you and your colleagues in the lobby, given Parliament isn't sitting, to put those questions to him.
Well, for now, I'm going to put some very trivial questions to you.
I've got
a quick fire.
I've got a pub quiz question at the end as well, but I'll take your quick questions first.
You want to do your pub quiz question?
Okay, so you're about to ring a division bell, and we're in a pub. So my pub quiz question involving a division bell is this: when the division bell goes in Parliament, you've got 8 minutes to get into the division lobby and vote. And there was a record set. Jonathan can't answer this, he'll know. There was a record set by a Conservative MP in the early 1990s who got from Trafalgar Square into the division lobby to vote in that 8-minute period. Who can guess who that Conservative MP was? Brilliant. So someone said Boris Johnson. He cannot run very fast. It was Sebastian Coe, and who grew up with William Hague in Rotherham. And as William Hague likes to say, if you grew up in Rotherham in the 1970s as a young Conservative and your name's Sebastian, you better learn how to run fast.
I'm going to do some pub-themed ones. What's your favourite drink?
I would say in the summer, it'll be a cold lager like Stella. In the winter, it'll be a bitter like London Pride.
Okay. When did you last get properly drunk?
Properly drunk, that would be, I can't remember. A long time ago.
Connected question, the Theresa May question. What's the naughtiest thing you've ever done?
The naughtiest, well, blimey. So when I was a student at university at Oxford in the 1990s, O.J. Simpson, you remember him? Came to speak at the Oxford Union, and there was no press. So I was very enterprising. I smuggled a load of recording equipment into the place before the security cordon went up, recorded the entire thing, retrieved the recording devices afterwards, and then sold the recordings to various American news stations for a decent amount of money in cash. And I sold it simultaneously to ABC, NBC, and CBS, all of whom thought they were getting it exclusively.
How much money did you make?
I can't remember. It was in the 1990s, but it was enough to buy quite a few rounds in the student bar for a number of weeks to come.
Okay, that's actually quite a good answer. Final one, Boris Johnson or Liz Truss?
In what context?
Favourite.
Dare I ask? Because
not naughtiest, just favourite.
I mean, probably Boris.
Okay. Well, do we have time for one question from the room? Yes, I'm getting a nod. I see. We've got Patrick, who works for our podcast.
Hi, Patrick from Politico. Are the Tories turning their back on centrist voters who might, for example, be interested in voting Lib Dems, but then hear your quite draconian Trump-inspired deportation policy?
No, I don't think so. So I think voters who might consider voting Lib Dem, for example, actually are as concerned about immigration as anybody else. We saw some polling, which Luke Trill and More in Common did on this, showing that concerns about immigration are widely shared across the country and across different party affiliations. What those voters do want to see are plans that are properly thought out and carefully considered. And in David Wolfson's masterful 200-page report, and in our Borders plan, which is detailed and credible, voters, can see that our plans are detailed, they are credible, they are properly thought out, and they will work in practice, unlike slogans written on the back of a fag packet.
Just to end on a bum note, though, you're promising to
Don't feel you have to.
You're promising that people who arrive here legally will be deported within a
Illegally,
week.
yeah.
Illegally will be deported within a week. And there's a phrase in this document that you put out yesterday saying, after illegal immigration has been ended. You're promising to end it all. Why should people believe this stuff from you? Because you had stopped the boats and it just didn't,
Yeah.
it didn't
Look,
happen.
That's our objective, what you just read out. Look, I mean, the last government got things wrong on this, just being completely honest. And we have listened, we have learned, we understand the last government got it wrong. We've changed. I was police minister in the last government, yeah. We've learned, we've changed, and we've come up with a plan that is credible. And that one of the reasons we said we need to leave the ECHR is that in government, we tried to fix this inside the ECHR, and it basically wasn't possible. The current Labour government is tinkering around the edges, and again are constrained because they're in the ECHR, which they have no intention of leaving. The conclusion that I reached personally was that we can't fix these issues in the ECHR. David Wilson's analysis confirms that, which leads to this conclusion. And the fact we are now proposing to leave, and that the party is, and the parliamentary party is pretty much united behind this, should say to the country that we have changed as a party in a very profound way.
Well, we're going to have to leave it there. We're back in 3 minutes at 3 o'clock, so don't go anywhere with Tony Abbott. But thank you very much, Chris Phil.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
thank you all for coming back just 3 minutes after the last session with the excellent Tony Abbott, former Prime Minister of Australia.
Thank you, Sasha. Lovely to be here. Thank you.
You've had people coming up and taking selfies with you already. Celebrity of sorts in the pub?
Of sorts. But look, Australians gravitate to pubs. So I'm amongst fellow Australians.
And Tony, you were born in London. You refer to this excellent country as Mother England. Would you run to be the next leader of the Conservative Party?
No, look, I was lucky enough to have 2 years as a student at Oxford, and they offered me a third year. And I deliberately said no, because I knew if I stayed another year, I probably would never go back. And much as I admire Britain, much as I regard myself as an incorrigible Anglophile, I never wanted to stop being an Australian. And what I thought then, I think even more so now.
And then what's your sense of how the Conservative Party is doing walking around the conference?
Yeah, well, obviously it was a catastrophic defeat, and plainly the party faces some serious challenges. I've got to say, I've been quite encouraged by the mood of this conference. I didn't get here in time to hear Kemi's speech yesterday, but I have read parts of the script. She's absolutely spot on when it comes to a strong civic patriotism instead of this wishy-washy multiculturalism. Yes, Britain, like Australia, is a multi-ethnic country, but we need to have less emphasis on diversity and more emphasis on unity. We've got to unite around pride in country and support for Australian and British values. And at the heart of that is respect for democracy, a quest for justice, a desire to do the right thing by everyone, and certainly this idea that we can import hatreds from overseas and live in enclaves as opposed to integrating and assimilating into mainstream society. It's just wrong, and good on Kemi for saying that so strongly.
But perhaps the biggest threat to Kemi Badenoch is someone saying that similar message, even stronger, which is Nigel Farage. Does the Conservative Party here in the UK feel like it's on death's door?
That's certainly not the impression that I get. And I would emphasise that the Conservative Party has been around for 200 years. It's the most successful political party in history. It's been, for most of that time, in government. It's got a lot of muscle memory. There's a lot of inertia in societies like ours, successful societies like ours. Don't write off the Conservatives. The way to succeed in politics is to have a strong, principled and clear position, and on very important topics like the energy insanity, like the border madness, I think that the Tory party under Kemi has now got a strong position, and I would expect to see that position reiterated day in, day out, on the doorsteps of the country, in the social media of the country. That message, the clear message, Britain will get out of the European Convention on Human Rights. Britain will take much more active measures to control its borders at sea and on land. Britain will not put the sugar on the table in terms of giving welfare benefits to people who come here illegally. Britain will get itself out of the net zero straitjacket. It will make use of North Sea oil and gas. It will reindustrialise on the basis of much cheaper energy. I think these are very strong messages that will resonate right across the country.
But again, many of those messages that you've just said are messages that Nigel Farage says day in, day out. Do you have more in common politically with Nigel Farage or Kemi Badenoch?
I know Nigel. I like Nigel. I respect Nigel. But in the end, it's one thing to have a clear message. It's another thing to be a strong and capable party of government. And don't underestimate the muscle memory in this Conservative Party. I mean, the great governments of this country, whether it's the Thatcher government, and look, I know that the former Conservative government here was in many respects a disappointment, but it also had very significant achievements. I mean, Michael Gove's education reforms, Ian Duncan Smith's social services reforms. For much of the time, the economy was in much better shape than it is today. So look, you know, whether we go back to Disraeli, Salisbury, the great governments of the interwar period. I know Churchill led an all-party government, but I mean, Churchill was absolutely the dominant figure in that government. Ask yourself, who are the lions that have given Britain its roar, and they are overwhelmingly Conservatives.
If you were voting in a British election, would your hand and pen hover over the reform box? Would you consider it?
Look, I'm a lifelong Conservative. I want what's best for Britain, and what's best for Britain is a strong and competent Conservative government that knows where it stands and gets on with implementing policy. Now, can I tell you, as a friend of Britain, looking at it from afar, the particular mire that Britain has sunk into, worse than almost any other country that I'm aware of, far too much decision-making has been subcontracted out to unelected and unaccountable bureaucrats. Britain, in some respect, is a quongocracy rather than a democracy. So the next Conservative government has got to immediately repeal the Equalities Act, the Climate Change Act. It's got to get the ECHR out of British law, because at the moment you've got judges making decisions which should be made by the elected and accountable politicians. And this is why people have lost trust in government. This is why people think that whoever you vote for, nothing much changes, because the elected and the accountable politicians are not in charge. They're constantly being overridden by judges and bureaucrats, and this is wrong.
Do you think leaving the ECHR would mean that the UK could suddenly deport all of these people?
Well, the important thing is to stop the peaceful invasion. That's the important thing. Personally, I would probably take a case-by-case attitude to people. If you come illegally, yes, you should be deported, unless you've been here for a long time and you've demonstrated that you are making a useful contribution to society. But I'm not against immigration. Australia is an immigrant society. Immigrants have been very good to Britain as well as Australia. But the immigration has got to be the right people in the right numbers at the right time. And in Britain, as in Australia more recently, legal migration has been out of control. We've got illegal migration under control, unlike Britain, but legal migration in Australia is miles too high. It's not being run by the government. It's effectively being driven by educational institutions that are actually selling migration as opposed to education. It's being driven by employers that would rather import cheap labour than pay people a decent salary and train them up if needs be. So look, there's a lot that needs to be done, but and the next Conservative government has got to take control of all of the arms of government and bend them to its policy rather than simply the status quo administered by unaccountable public servants.
And Nigel Farage has cited you as inspiration for his policies, and he said that he can stop the boats in 2 weeks if he were Prime Minister. Do you think he can stop the boats in 2 weeks?
Well, let me tell you what happened when I became PM. The former Labor government in Australia had lost control of our borders, and it had broken its promises. I mean, Kevin Rudd, when he was opposition leader, had said he would turn boats around. He would essentially keep the Howard government's measures, which had stopped an earlier wave of illegal migration by boat. They'd abandoned all that in office. And in September of 2013, we had 5,000 arrivals by boat. When I came in, we reopened offshore detention. We put back in place temporary protection visas. And we put in place a policy to turn boats around through Operation Sovereign Borders. The most significant change we made was when the people smugglers scuttled their boats, instead of collecting people from the water, taking them to Australia, where basically they got to stay forever, using the court system, etc., we kept them on a mothership, imposed total radio silence so you couldn't engage the human rights lawyers, etc. And then on an appropriate night, we would put them in an unsinkable orange life raft with just enough fuel to get back to Java and say, back you go.
You were able to do that in international waters.
No reason why these people can't be taken into international waters. I mean, the English Channel is narrow between Dover and Calais, but it's wide once you get down towards Normandy. International waters.
So you would suggest that we would escort them down the channel into international waters and then push them back to
when they were in British waters, you would take them onto a mothership. I'm just speaking speculatively. You could take them onto a mothership into international waters, down the channel, and then on a suitable night, they can be back on the shores of France.
But all of this took you some time, about a year. Do you think Nigel Farage could do it in 2 weeks? Did it take you 2 weeks?
I think.
Could you do it in 2 weeks?
It took us several months, but it didn't take very long.
So not 2 weeks.
In Britain, I think there would be operations onshore and offshore. Now, honestly, I can't understand why there is not more disruption going on. I mean, these are criminal gangs. This is a migration mafia that is operating in northern France. It's got to be broken. As I said, I think there should be very vigorous disruption operations going on inside France, as well as appropriate operations in the English Channel.
And one of the other things that Nigel Farage suggested is retrospectively revoking indefinite leave to remain. That would impact a lot of Australians and New Zealanders. Do you think Australia should consider reciprocal measures for the 1.1 million Brits
people who have come here perfectly legally, I think, are in a very different position to people who have come illegally. And getting on a small boat, organised by people smugglers, and landing up in Britain, that's just completely unacceptable. And the people who've done it are not genuine asylum seekers. They've travelled through many safe countries before they got to Britain. This whole thing is a racket, basically. So anyone who's come that way has got to expect that they will have no right to remain in Britain. If you've come to Britain perfectly legally and you've been a productive contributor to Britain, working, paying taxes, I think you've got the potential to be a perfectly good Briton.
And on a slightly different note, Shabana Mahmood, the Home Secretary, has refused to call China an enemy of the UK.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think China is an enemy of the UK?
I think communist China is a very, very strong and determined strategic competitor to the West more generally. And look, there is no doubt China is engaged in grey zone warfare against many Western countries, including Australia, including Britain. I mean, all these cyber attacks, for instance, that are quite routine now, they're hostile acts. In Australia's case, for a period, there were $20 billion worth of trade boycotts. We've had incidents in the South China Sea where Chinese military personnel have acted aggressively and dangerously towards Australian ships and planes. Look, you know, I want the best possible relations with China because the last thing we want to do is to see escalation. But I think we have to be very realistic about the challenge that the Beijing regime currently poses. I should then add that none of us should have an argument with the Chinese people. The Chinese people are good people, like people everywhere. There are lots of wonderful people of Chinese heritage in Australia who are great Australian citizens. But the communist Beijing regime is part of a very serious challenge to the West generally. And as I've often said, because it is a first-rate economy, deeply integrated into the global economy, because we are now seeing an unprecedented military build-up by Beijing. I regret to say that this is a very serious challenge, much more serious, I think, in the long run than the old Soviet Union ever was.
We will do a quick fire round and then hopefully have time for a question or two from the audience. You have just written a book, Tony, a history book on Australia. Kindle or hardcover?
Both.
Both. Audiobook?
Yep.
All three?
Look,
what's your first pick?
I always prefer hardcover myself because I'm a traditionalist conservative.
Nigel Farage or Kemi Badenoch?
Look, I respect Nigel, but it's got to be Kemi.
Kemi Badenoch or Robert Jenrick?
Got to be Kemi.
Winston Churchill or John Howard?
Oh, that's a hard one. They were both the right men for their time and place.
Good answer.
Yeah.
Tim Tams or Penguins?
What are penguins?
Good answer. The US or the UK?
The English-speaking family.
That we have a roving mic somewhere. If we have any questions, over here.
Thank you. Sophie Ing, Politico. The US has launched an inquiry into the AUKUS military pact, which is currently underway. What does the US stand to lose if it leaves the pact? Thanks.
Well, can I say that AUKUS is a very, very significant strategic development. Not just will it give Australia nuclear-powered submarines, and that will be a massive force multiplier for the West, but it also re-engages Britain in what you call the Far East and what we call the Near North. My urgent suggestion to decision makers in Australia and in the United States is, rather than wait until the early 2030s and get free Virginia-class submarines, second-hand Virginia-class submarines off America, when they're having trouble producing enough submarines for their own needs, why don't we in Australia take almost immediately 2 retiring LA-class submarines? And that way, the Americans are under less pressure to give us their Virginias, and we actually get a nuclear-powered submarine immediately. Now, I know they'll say, well, the LA class are 25 years old. Sure. It is always possible to extend the life of these submarines. If we were in a situation of imminent hostilities, they wouldn't be retiring them anyway. So let's not retire them. Let's hand them to the Royal Australian Navy. And so we will have a nuclear-powered submarine, a highly capable nuclear-powered submarine under the Australian White Ensign now.
One more question. Anyone has anything? Stick your hands up. Speak now. Oh, we've got one over here.
Hi, yeah, Andrew McDonald, also from Politico. You worked with Boris Johnson when he was in office. I just wonder, are the Conservatives missing a character like that now? Are you on the Bring Back Boris train?
Look, I thought Boris was by far the biggest personality in British politics. I read Boris's wonderful book about Churchill. It may not be great history, but by God, it was a great read. And I thought to myself that in writing that book, Boris was thinking himself into the shoes of Britain's most legendary Prime Minister. And I thought Boris was going to be absolutely wonderful. Now, there were, Boris's lasting historic achievement was more or less getting Brexit done. So good on him, congratulations. You will be an important figure of history for that. Unfortunately, for all sorts of reasons, the Johnson government was a disappointment in the end. I guess the last Conservative government in the end ebbed out of office. I think at the moment, what's important for everyone who wants Britain to succeed and wants Conservatives to succeed, get behind Kemi Badenoch. I think her recent speeches have been outstanding. I think that she's incredibly well placed to argue for the right policies on immigration and national unity. I think she's now got a good way forward against the looming energy catastrophe. So Kemi's my girl.
Tony Abbott, thank you very much. Next up here at the Politico Pub will be Sam and Anne at 4 p.m. on the road ahead for the Conservative Party. But in the meantime, thank you for your time.
Thank you for the drink.
Ding ding. Oh, we've got everybody is so brilliantly attuned to the bell by now. this is great. I feel like I've just taken the job of the chief whip. Thank you for coming along to this session. What might intrigue people about the Conservative Party and polling right now? Well, we have a fantastic reveal for you this afternoon, and we are here with our friend from YouGov, the head of politics of YouGov's analytics and polling, Patrick English, sitting to my far right. Next to me is the reprehensible Sam Coates from Sky News, partner in crime throughout this week. And just a very quick preamble on polling to let the tension build up to the big reveal. I've always thought that one of the least true things ever said about politics is that the only poll that matters is on election day, because this is everyone who's involved in the business of politics or around it knows this is nonsense. Polling checks in on the mood, tests the mood, sometimes shapes the mood, and it most certainly, I think, drives the conversation at this conference, as it has done at the Labour conference last week, where Patrick was also with Sam and with me. It won't surprise you to know that we wanted to find out more about how Kemi Badenoch is doing. Might there be some one-on-ones who are hoping to replace her, and how do the members polled feel about that? And then the R word. So we're going to broadly go through the next half hour or so with those three questions in mind. So let me flip over to Sam to say, well, do you want to give us a drum roll and some of the big reveal?
So we promised to bring you the poll at 4 o'clock. It is now 4 o'clock. 50% of all the Conservative members that we polled via YouGov think that Kemi Badenoch should not lead the party into the next election. So 50% think that they want to replace her for the sake of the party by the next election. The YouGov poll of Tory members, which was taken in advance of this conference, found 46% think the current Tory leader should stay in place when the country goes to the next poll, but 50% say that she should not. Now, Tory members are also split on whether or not she will make it that far. 49% think she will be out before the election, compared to 47% who think that she will still be in place. So statistically, that's within the margin of error, but ever so slightly more people don't think she's going to make it. So more people don't think she should make it, and more people don't think that she's likely to make it. Patrick.
Yeah, and I think these are obviously very important results, very interesting results. And there's two little stories beneath those headline figures that I'd like to put out. Firstly, although party members, half of them think that Kemi Badenoch should be standing down, it's not the case that they think she's done a particularly bad job. By 61% to 37%, the members think that she's done actually quite well as leader of the party. Her favourability rating is quite good, 70% favourable to 29% unfavourable. A net score of 41 means that Kemi Badenoch is more popular with her own members than Keir Starmer is with his. That figure was net 33 for him. But the perhaps most telling part of this, and perhaps explains why the numbers are as we see them today, 30% of those who voted to put Kemi Badenoch in as leader just a year ago think that she should stand down before the election. So it's not particularly the case, let's say, that she's particularly unpopular, but it seems to us, that the membership just doesn't think that she's up to fighting an election.
Can I just ask you, having looked at a lot of leaders' ups and downs, choppy first years, has been known, how bad or relative is this to trends that you've seen?
It is bad, and let's be honest, it's bad for Kemi and it's bad for Keir as well. They're really struggling at the minute, I think, to present a good case to their own membership, which is, quite a damning thing. And if we think back to Boris Johnson, it took so long for party members to turn against Boris Johnson and say that he should go, even at the height of ministers resigning, scandals coming out left, right, and centre. The members still stuck by him. And thinking back to the membership again with Labour, they're kind of already rowing in behind Andy Burnham over Keir. So I think it is bad, but it's bad for both leaders.
Can I just chip in before flip over to Sam? That was kind of what my first impression was. Is this much worse than Keir Starmer is doing with Labour? So I did ask you for that, and I think you said that the most comparable stat there would be
the 37%. So almost 4 in 10 don't want Keir.
Don't want Keir.
So
should stand the next election.
To be the Labour leader next election.
So that's a bit better.
A bit better, but still, imagine 40% again of the people who made you leader, who put you where you are as Prime Minister now believe that you should be standing down.
But materially, you think this is worse? I mean, it's kind of funny, isn't it? I don't know what Simon, maybe this is where you might like to pick up, like a few percentage points then. Well, like quite a lot of people think he shouldn't be around. A few more think Kemi shouldn't. Why is it optics, or why do you think it feels worse when you see those numbers coming in there for Kemi Badenoch?
I mean, 50% is just a psychological barrier as well as a statistical. It is now, we are now at the point where half the party thinks that she should not fight the next
The number's
election.
not just a number.
I think once it's got a 5 or more in it, it's a really big problem. And I do think it's fascinating you were saying about Kemi Badenoch, you know, people saying that they like her as leader more than they want her to stay as leader. It feels to me like that's almost a sort of sympathy vote or a pity vote. I like her, but really just she's not up to it. I feel almost uncomfortable at the
I've occasionally heard
process.
that tone from Sam Coates.
Psychologically uncomfortable sort of process that people are going through when answering that. But I mean, but I can't think of any other reason why you'd like her but want her to go, unless you sort of felt a bit guilty.
I think so, yeah. And I think it comes back. My sense is that they just don't think that she's up to an election. I think that's what this data is telling us. I think you're right. They like her. They don't think that she's a bad leader. They don't really think unfavourably towards her. But the signals seem to be that the Conservative Party membership think that they will be better served being led by somebody else to give them the best shot at the next general election.
We don't know, though, how they're responding to these welter of policy announcements that are coming thick and fast at this conference.
We don't. This poll was taken before this week. There will be Tory members' polls, by the way, don't happen very often because they're hard to do. Patrick would confirm that, but I can also confirm the consequence of them being hard to do is they're bloody expensive. They are like £10,000 plus, which is why you don't see them all the time. Why this is a special moment that you guys in this room are getting something worth a lot of money for free and free drinks. Who can possibly complain? But that means that, you know, the policies this week, including a 188-page document justifying the legal basis for leaving the UCHR, or the promise today of mega spending but also mega cuts, it's going to be a little time before it feeds through into whether or not there's been a positive impact for Tory members. Of course, every Tuesday morning, if you listen to Politics and Sam and Az, you'll get voting intention figures from Patrick. And so we will be able to track the wider public reaction to this conference, because they've all been tuning in, haven't they?
Of course. But that's actually, apart from relentless self-promotion, which Sam and I are excellent at by now, it's not a bad idea, is it, to check in the next weeks if you're interested in this and just see how things have settled down, if they have at all, after the big Kemi-geddon event of this conference, or indeed, you know, did it turn out a bit like, they just wanted to hear something solid and now they've rallied?
Can I just say, I've just had a message from CCHQ. They're just going,
that was me as well.
all they've said is a heads up would have been nice. I mean, less. I mean, no, obviously. You don't tell people. I mean, don't tell them that I've told you this. Please, let's keep it our secret. But like, I mean, just a hurt tone. Because I did say I had nothing left in the exclusive locker.
It's all going well, isn't it? Relations are going well.
Please, well, let's see if they let's call them PASPA.
Why did you just read out all your WhatsApps? That would actually, we'd have a great afternoon.
Yes,
no more contact.
And then I'll buy out of political life forever. Anyway.
Well, shall we move to the hopefuls? Yes. Now, apparently there's this guy. With my spell check makes it always called Robert Generic. And Robert Generic, seems to be the person everyone is watching. Sam Coates was pursuing him around yesterday and finally managed to sort of corner him. And if you look at the video, got the story out of him, he's Robert Generic literally in a corner. Is there a way out of this? But Robert Generic seems to be the man to watch. Is that what we actually found, or were we watching the wrong ones here?
Okay, let's go through the numbers. Robert Generic is now the person to watch in the Conservative Party. We asked if there was a head-to-head between Kemi Badenoch and Robert Generic. Remember, that was the contest just a year ago. How would you vote? And 46% of Tory members picked Robert Generic over 39% for Kemi Badenoch. Obviously, it was flipped last year. It's flipped over. 11% said neither, 4% don't know. Now, if you ask pretty much about anybody Robert Jenrick comes top. So Robert Jenrick right now would be Boris Johnson, James Cleverly, and Priti Patel. And interestingly, it's a hypothetical because this is never going to happen. The one little bit of good news for Kemi Badenoch is she'd actually beat Boris Johnson now, which is perhaps not something of popular myth. But look, right now, more Tory members want Robert Jenrick as leader than Kemi Badenoch, the person that they've got. Patrick.
Yeah, and what really sort of, perhaps not surprised me, really drew my intrigue about these head-to-head results and the sort of the long lists that we polled was the relative lack of demand or desire from Conservative Party members, or appetite, let's say, for the princes across the water rather than the prince in the tower, we might put it. So when Kemi Badenoch is put up against Johnson, Farage, even Truss, the members wouldn't prefer any of those over the current Conservative Party leader. So it seems to me they're not looking for somebody from the outside to come in and rescue the party. They believe that they will be best served by somebody already there. And that person is, as this polling shows, Robert Jenrick.
46-39, not comfortable for Kemi at all. Not absolutely sweeping there. So you might also want to tell us a bit about those who's kind of got the silver and bronze in that prospective race, and like, what's the margin then?
Yeah, so there are, of course, other people that we've polled, and other people do quite well. So when we gave the sort of the long list outside of the head-to-head contests, Boris Johnson does come third in that, 22%. Interestingly, it is basically a statistical tie, the sample size of this, which is 650. James Cleverly is right on the heels of Boris Johnson as well at 20%. So he still commands quite a lot of sympathy and quite a lot of support from the party membership.
You make that, Sam, because as you say, it is sizable. It makes absolutely clear you were chasing around after the right person this week, but there's certainly, there's still appetite for some choice as an alternative to Kemi Badenoch.
One of the lessons that I've learned through the last few years of Tory wars, and nobody does it better than the Tories, so it's I can see Tim nodding along there, is that you don't know the conclusion of a Tory leadership race at the start. That would be true when Liz Truss was elected. It was true when Rishi Sunak was elected as well. You didn't know on day one where you're going to end up at the final moment. So you just don't know until the terms of the contest become clear. Because I suspect, let's put your mind in the sort of theoretical environment of a Tory leadership contest with Robert Jenrick as the main contender. And the question that I think a lot of people are going to ask, like it or not, is, are you going to do a deal with Reform? No spoilers, that's the next bit of the poll. But that's what I think the essay question would be in the poll, and how he responds to it, whether he responds to it like he did yesterday, where he said that's not my priority, or whether he responds to it in a more affirmative way, whether he decides that is a sell for Conservative members, hey, let's surrender our party to the other party, or whether or not he thinks or whether or not he thinks that he needs to be more sort of discreet, will determine the course of that race, and how somebody else kind of forges a different path from that will determine things. So there we go. So I was sort of mentally catching up because I worked out I could reply to CCHQ. I've been tweeting that this poll is coming all day, so I'm in the clear. Sorry, that's doing two things at once. Anyway, it's not that we all do two things on stage at once, but there we go.
And sorry, just to go through that field then. So if you're a Priti Patel, someone is a good point that you don't know what's going to happen. You're not all in a sort of transfer market of votes that you would end up with if this were the real thing. So is there anyone else that we should just be keeping an eye on who maybe could be playing a significant role, could be a sort of king or queen maker? And if you were, say, a Priti Patel, who gave us a very spirited interview here on stage yesterday, it's like, there's maybe this town is big enough for a few contenders who might still have some hopes. Patrick, what do you think?
Yeah, I think so. So looking through the favourability data, which is always a good sort of out of contest guide of who might perform well, who might do well. And they all come out pretty positive, which is perhaps a surprise, but Conservative Party members seem to like Conservatives, which is, perhaps that's a headline. So obviously Kemi Badenoch has a net favourability of sort of the 41. Mel Stride has a similar number as well. So that could be one to keep an eye on. And Priti Patel does not fare so well. She's only at plus 20-ish. Chris Philp around about the same number. Jenrick is up at plus sort of 53. So he really is quite clear ahead on these net favorability numbers. Cleverly, he's doing well, 70 to 26. It's effectively a mirror of Kemi Badenoch. Jeremy Hunt still carries quite a lot of favourability. He's about as popular with his sort of party membership as Keir Starmer is with his as well, sort of around about that 35 mark. So there are lots of people who still carry a lot of favour with Conservative Party members.
So it depends really now whether they want, right? So you take this, you describe the characters, and the scores are on the doors for them. So pacts with reform, deals, agreements, flirtations, or Gloria Gaynor, go walk out the door. Not welcome anymore.
Let's do this section of the poll. Right, so remember, Kemi Badenoch, 2R Anne, absolutely clear, no pacts, no deals, nothing. And once you've said something to Anne, you can't row back on it. We're very clear
it's
about
constitutional.
That. Absolutely. This poll finds that 64% of Tory members support an electoral pact. And as defined in the poll, as meaning the Reform and the Tories shouldn't stand candidates against each other in target seats. So 64 pro-pact, 31 anti-pact. So that's a 2-to-1 margin. Like, that's massive. That's pretty defining. That's clear. 2-to-1 margin. That means the party's in favour of a pact. Remember, we had that leaked conversation with Robert Jenrick earlier in the year that he also seemed to suggest that you shouldn't have the parties of the right duking it out and therefore potentially putting Labour in number 10. Right, that's 2-to-1 for a pact. Now get this.
Really interesting.
Almost half of Tory members, 46%, would support a full-blown merger with Reform UK. This is kind of like the abolition of the Tory party. This is sort of, this is heading for no more brand Tory as a distinctive unit after, being the longest serving, the longest political party in existence in British political history. Get rid of that. 46% support full-blown merger against 48, obviously slightly more within the margin of error, who would oppose a merger, but still a huge number supporting effectively the end of the Tory party. Party members are very clear that in a hung parliament, right, this is really interesting, right? There's one thing that they would expect Tory MPs to do, right, which is to, under no circumstances, put a Labour Prime Minister back in number 10, right? Tory members oppose a coalition with Labour by 93 to 6.
I'd love to meet the 6 who couldn't wait to get it on with
in
Labour.
this room right now.
But 73% would welcome a coalition with Reform in a hung parliament, 25 against. But the point about that 93 to 6 is that there are only 6% of Tory members who think that keeping Nigel Farage out of number 10 is more important than keeping Labour out of number 10. And I think that tells you something about the complexion of the Tory party and its priorities, and that really, I think it does show that Kemi is fighting against the tide in an almost impossible way, because they don't want Labour, and they're a bit about, if the consequence of that is having Nigel in number 10, we'll make do with that. And I think that, to me, is 93 to 6. It's just, you don't often get polls like that.
You don't. It's very true. It's quite a clear, very clear message, really, from the membership on that. And there was, again, a little nugget beneath some of these overall figures which really caught my eye. So the idea of a merger, as the party is pretty much split on that. The membership, as we know them today, is split on this. But it seems to have become something of a wedge issue for the Brexit tribes within the Conservative Party. A lot of Conservative Party members voted to remain, obviously fewer than voted to leave, but there are a lot of Tory Remainers still in the party. Now, we found that 53% of those who voted to leave in the European Union referendum in 2016, who are Conservative Party members now, would support a merger with Reform. So that's quite a high number, but it's still maybe not as high as you'd think. But it's significantly higher than the 32% of Remainers who would support a merger with Reform. And that piqued my interest, because if we're thinking along these lines, if it comes to pacts, if it comes to mergers, could it be that the Leave-Remain dynamic becomes increasingly important within the Conservative Party membership as their future and questions about their future become more and more louder?
I had a question for you about this, the first 2 points of data here, Patrick. 64% support an electoral pact, 31% don't. And then, obviously, that number came down much closer to the sort of, not quite 50-50, but 46% supported a full-blown merger with reform, which, as Sam said, would be effectively was giving up the autonomy of what Kemi Badenoch this week always calls a 200-year-old party. Well, it wouldn't be for much longer, would it? With kind of Fortnum and Mason sort of agreement. But that distinction is an interesting one. Obviously, it's a lot easier to support some form of pact. You haven't said what you've sacrificed. You haven't sort of said, the old Soviet-era joke about the joint venture, who gets the ham and who gets the eggs. And, so it's a lot easier to sign up to that. And yet, certainly a substantial number of people did. Then, just a sort of slightly silly question. I hope you tolerate it. Are we clear that people sort of know what they're answering here? Or are they sort of, well, that sounds nice, because one always has an optimism bias that one's own side is going to, get the ham and the other guys may do the omelette.
I think that's a really, really important point to make about this. We didn't go into any level of detail exploring the terms of any potential merger. Quite exactly. A lot of these members may be answering positively, thinking that, yes, we're the largest parliamentary party, that in 2 years' time we'll be ahead in the polls. We can just absorb reform and everything will be happy and fine and dandy. So I think a lot of them probably are answering with that in mind, although a lot of them, I think, will probably be looking at this realistically and saying, look, if the vote on the right remains split, if there remain two competitive parties on the right of British politics, they only need to think what happened in 2024. There was an election which Labour won a landslide, putting on about 1% extra of the vote. And the reason why is because the Conservatives' vote scattered across the land, and a significant amount of it went to reform. And Labour stood still in many, many constituencies, or even went backwards and won because of the split of the vote on the right. So it could be, I think, as a balance probably between people saying, yes, it'll be great, we can absorb reform. Others might be looking at this more pragmatically and saying it will condemn us to decades of defeat if we don't unite the vote on the British political right.
That's right. And these are all, because of the current political environment, these are not conversations that you can have out loud at this conference. There is no conversation about what your leverage is if you do want to go and have a conversation with Nigel Farage's reform. And by the way, should you want to go and do that, Reform UK say no, because there is a very clear hierarchy in the polls at the moment. So there is not anything in Nigel Farage's interest to make this conversation any easier. And so the Conservative Party is in a bind. But if you think that you have the whip hand, I fear at the moment, with Nigel Farage in charge of reform, you are sorely mistaken. I do think the one big imponderable is if Nigel Farage ends up not running reform, something happens to him in terms of him detaching from the Reform Party and say Richard Tice taking over, then I think that would be a game changer. That would like spin the whirligig of British politics. Don't know what happened then, but as it stands, that's where we are. I think we're going to go to questions in just a moment. But Patrick, what do you think of that?
Yeah, look, I think that's entirely right. There are conversations that can't be had, which, to go back to the top of this segment, is the importance of polling, because we can have those conversations and we can ask the members, the people who probably would be a significant part in making these sorts of decisions, what they think about this. And I think it'd be great in future polling perhaps to test some of these scenarios and to go and ask them, would you be comfortable with a merger if it puts Farage in number 10? Or would you be comfortable with a merger if it's sort of like an Australian-style liberal national coalition? I think it'd be really good to explore these. Because as you both already say, it's not conversations that will be had in active politics, but the members will have a view.
The effect on the dynamics will be don't worry, we're going to throw it out to you guys. But I was just thinking when Robert Generick told Sam Coates it was not a priority of any conversation. Well, it would appear for quite a lot of people it is. And also, he didn't rule out that it might be simply interesting for people to be thinking about that. And I think this is what this polling clearly shows, right? This wasn't a sort of go away, I haven't thought about this yet, what a silly question. It was people had a distinctive position, and I'm really interested, but the numbers were so solid. I'd maybe expected something a bit more disparate. Right.
Just before we throw open to questions, I described earlier Patrick as my favourite pollster. And now I've got a small amendment to make.
Oh,
because standing at the back of the room is my other favourite pollster who's also turned up, is Anthony Wells, also from YouGov. And between those two, they are the reason that we have high quality data in this country, that Sam and Anne is able to talk about brilliant polling produced by them that we rely on and believe and trust. And it's an incredible partnership. And we are very lucky to work with you as a partner. And so that's a pleasure. I just want to say thank you because the data is quite important. Right. Does anyone have any questions?
In the air and the microphone at the front.
There we go.
Sam, you interviewed someone after Mel Stride's speech, a Tory party member, who gave him a 5 out of 10, and then seemed quite aggrieved that you suggested that he might have to change jobs. Do you think there's a squeamishness amongst Tory members about sort of having a 12-month lifespan for leaders?
I mean, clearly, yes. And I mean, it was a fascinating insight into one person, but I'm interested in how widely had. So after Mel Stride's speech, Tory member, we interview him live on air, and I said, what do you think of the speech? He goes, 5 out of 10. I was like, oh, that bad? And he was like, well, you know, next year it could be a 6, and then the year after that it could be a 7. I was like, so do you want to get rid of Kemi Badenoch and Mel Stride? Oh, no. I don't know. I'm not sure my parents would have loved 5 out of 10 in all of my test scores. But, you know, some people... So maybe the answer to that is yes, but that's not what these numbers are telling us. I think, and here's I think the point. When you're thrust in front of a camera on Sky News going live, you perhaps occasionally temper what you might say compared to what you would say in private, and in the privacy of your computer when you're looking at YouGov sites, you give a different answer, maybe closer to your real view, which is also how you might vote in a party leadership process. The only qualification to that is that the next person I interviewed live on Sky News explained the lack of people in the seats listening to Mel Stride's speech as a result of the massive hangovers that everyone was experiencing after a mega night in the bar. And she said people's eyes were bleeding with their hangovers, which is why they weren't watching Mel Stride. So maybe it's not entirely true to say that people self-censor the entire time when they're live on Sky. I have to say both sets of answers surprised me.
Disarmingly frank. Just remind us how Mel Stride fared, because you mentioned him earlier. And after all, this is the Shadow Chancellor, as the biggest bully pulpit that you get in the opposition apart from the leaders. So you just give us a bit of insight there, please.
Yeah, can't open the phone now, but I think he was on about sort of plus 35, plus 40. So he does pretty well. He's nowhere near the generic level. He's sort of competing, I'd say, around about the same as Kemi. So again, and I think perhaps to quickly add a little qualification as well to the data here, we didn't ask, do you want to get rid of Kemi now? And I think that's important because, you know, asking about active regicide is different, and it's going to elect more conservative with a small c responses than do you think she should go sometime between now and the election? So I think the conversations around about, you know, so should somebody go now? I think if we did ask that, we get a much lower number. But the important thing is, the important question is, should she be leader at the next election? And half the members, and half the members say no.
That's the futures market, isn't it? Which is, if you don't control that in politics, then what have you got? Is anyone else out there being a spark to a question?
By the way, just on Mel Stride, where you're working out whether or not to ask him the question, I do think that when he releases his unpublished novel that's been sitting gathering dust on his laptop, actually those favourability numbers.
Oh, yeah?
I'm not saying, but I mean, that could be the game changer.
Oh, very good. That's exciting.
By the way, I don't know what...
The 11th thing you don't know about Mel Stride.
Anne doesn't know this yet, but I have entered into negotiation with Mel Stride. He is going to read for us, so we can put it on Politics of Sam and Anne, the first paragraph of the book. And so hopefully that will come. If his spin doctor doesn't wimp out in the next few days, the Gathering Dust book on his laptop's first chapter, first paragraph is winging its way to us on the voice note anytime soon for all of your consumption.
Good reads with Mel Stride. I think we've given you a lot to take away there and mull on, and do keep following the polling that follows up from this, because I was certainly very intrigued to see whether all of this fun and all of the hangovers made any difference to what you revealed to us there, Patrick. Absolutely fascinating. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. And thank you all.
Okay.
He calls me the devil, I make him wanna sin. Every time I knock, he can help but let me in. Must be homesick for the real.